Welcome, everybody, to today's regularly scheduled June 4th, 2026 Minnesota Public Utilities Commission meeting. I'll first start with attendance. Commissioner Partridge.
Here.
Commissioner Hom.
Here.
I'm also here. A quorum is present to do business. So we will start. We have 5 items on the agenda today. Today is likely to be a long day, so there will be breaks, and we will be. We'll start first with the docket that will be presented by Mr. Willett. Would you present the docket? And would Dr. Kuklinski from Minnesota Power come forward to answer any questions?
Yes. So, first item is docket number E-015/M-25-433 in the matter of Minnesota Power's petition for approval of its 2026 rate adjustment mechanism under the rider for transmission cost recovery. The issue in front of the commission is, should the commission approve Minnesota Power's request for the 2026 rate adjustment mechanism under its TCR right? And staff and parties are available for questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Willett. Also, if the Department of Commerce would come forward if we have any questions, or if you'd just turn your camera on. All right. Other commissioner questions? Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. For the Minnesota Power, have you reviewed decision option, and are you okay with the decision option number 3?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Dr. Kuklinski.
Excuse me, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Dr. Jennifer Kuklinski with Minnesota Power. Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, yes, Minnesota Power has reviewed decision option 3, and we are fine with that.
Okay, thank you. And then, are you familiar with the Minnesota Power acquisition docket and commission order?
Dr. Kuklinski.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, can you repeat the question?
So are you familiar with commission order on Minnesota Power acquisition by the partners?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, yes.
In that commission order, Minnesota Power commit to abide with 2002-2003 commission order regarding Minnesota utility joining MISO, and then Minnesota Power agreed to abide with that decision.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, yes.
Okay, so from this part, you don't have to say yes or no, but I have to make a statement. I think all-out method is inconsistent with that order, in my view. So I have to make sure that this decision today we make is only for TCR portion. We are not agreeing with that all-out method. So at the next rate case, I think we will fully evaluate this method, and if Minnesota Power still insists on that one, in my view, that is inconsistent, in violation of that order, and we can impose 100 basis point ROE penalty under that provision. Are you aware of that?
Dr. Kuklinski.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I don't have any additional question.
All right. Commissioner Partridge. All right. I do not have any questions. Commissioner Hom, do you have a motion?
Yes, I can make a motion to move decision option 1 and 3.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. We can now move to our second item for the day. Thank you, Mr. Willett, and for staff in preparing this. Now we will move to Minnesota Power's second item. And Ms. Ricker, if you would introduce the matter.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioners. Item number 2 is docket E015/RP-25-127 in the matter of Minnesota Power's 2025 to 2039 Integrated Resource Plan. The issue before the Commission is what action to take, if any, regarding large power interveners' motion to compel Minnesota Power to provide responses to certain information requests. There have not been any filings since briefing papers were filed, and parties are available in the room, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ricker. If parties could just introduce themselves, I'll start with Mr. Maratska.
Good morning, Commissioners. Andrew Maratska, Stoll Reeves, on behalf of the Large Power Integrators.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Jennifer Kuklinski with Minnesota Power. Also, Chair Sullivan, we have a member of our company, a member of our team online who's saying she can't hear on the WebEx. So I don't know if that's an issue with anyone else.
We can just take, why don't we just take 2 minutes to get that squared away? Okay. Are they squared away?
Chair Sullivan, I can just communicate via text if I
Okay.
need to with her.
Okay, sounds good. Let's move now to Commissioner questions. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So for the LPI, Mr. Maratska, so why do you need this number beyond the PBRR in the resource plan?
Mr. Maratska.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I think the best way to answer that question is to try to give the Commission an analogy. And the analogy I'll use is a housing project. And I live in an old house, and I've got projects that I need to do every year, and some projects I might like to do, right? But I also have a mortgage, and so when I think about my housing projects, I need to consider both what I'm currently paying and then what I might pay for any number of projects that I want to do, right? And utility systems are kind of similar. We've got a existing system that needs to be updated, new investments need to be made, and we have our existing base rates, right? And that's kind of like our mortgage. Now, if I'm looking at my a house project, right? And I'm thinking, gosh, I'd really like to get a new kitchen. And I look at my mortgage and I look at the cost of the kitchen, I might be able to say, hey, that looks pretty affordable. But if I've already committed to redoing the basement and maybe a bathroom or two, layering on the incremental cost of the kitchen might be outside my budget, might be unaffordable. And so relating that back to the resource plan, what we have here is Minnesota Power saying, well, we have your base rates, and here's the incremental cost of that new fancy kitchen. But we're not going to provide you, LPI, with the cost of things that have already been approved, and so we have an incomplete picture. It's isolated. And in order to understand, and tying it back to the Commission's rules that govern the resource plans, we have to understand the impact on rates and bills. And right now, we have an incomplete picture.
Okay, thank
Commissioner
you.
Hom.
So do you, okay, you have a large industrial customer and you are representing them. Do they pay only for generation and energy, or do they pay for distribution and transmission?
Mr. Maratska.
Commissioner Hom, the rates that are paid are all in, right? And the fact that some transmission costs are not necessarily included in the resource plan has been a separate concern of LPI.
Yeah, a separate concern, but that is a kind of variable that can throw off your intention of trying to see what's all-in cost and price, right? So a lot of those potential transmission line costs is not in Minnesota Power's control. particularly all those 26A costs you are familiar with, that MVP rates, that can change because other utilities are in the process of building those lines, and those costs can come in different speed, and nobody can predict that speed at this point. And do you agree with it?
Mr. Maranska.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I agree that there are uncertainties in any of the rate projections. And I agree that the Table 1 and Appendix L of Minnesota Power's resource plan is a projection and unpredictable. But just because we're in a docket that contains, projections that may or may not come to fruition, doesn't mean we shouldn't try our best to provide the picture to understand what the impact on rates and bills of the resource plan is.
Yeah. In general, I can agree with you if we can control that uncertainty margin of error is within reasonable range. If there are so many variables that is outside Minnesota Power's control, including even this resource plan itself, we don't know when they're going to actually build a certain project, even if we approve it, right? Because also that construction takes a time, then even if they're using rider, that cost allocation over different time is different. That's why I was wondering, what is the purpose of you trying to get this exact precise number, which may not be very precise given so much uncertainty. You can just see the big picture of the PBRR and you can predict, as you say, everybody want to predict what will be a potential future. Present value number of overall resource plan project give you some direction. Why that is not good enough for your customer, given that so much uncertainty will throw up any number MP is going to give it to you if this is done.
Chair
Mr.
Sullivan,
Maranska.
Commissioner Hom, think about it this way. If I know the long-term cost of something, right, and I can say in the out years, this is the impact, that gives me one perspective, right? Customers know, okay, 15 years out, this is the cost of the plan. There is potentially a world where the cost in the near term, the 5-year action plan, may drive a different decision than the long-term cost. In other words, we may want to, as a regulatory body, as a state, look at a resource plan and say, this costs a lot of money in the first 5 years, but in the long term, it pans out. Alternatively, we may say the opposite. Based on where we are right now, we shouldn't be investing this much in the near term, and we should do a better job mitigating the rate increases and maybe pay a little bit more in the long term. Either way, you have to have both the near-term and the long-term cost in order to properly evaluate and understand the impacts on rate and bills. That's the information that we're seeking.
So in your view, Minnesota Commission has to decide to increase the rate for everybody for in the long run to give you some benefit for the very short term then?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I'm asking for information so that we can look at the full picture. We have an incomplete picture. And I would note the LPI and a related organization, MLIG, as staff briefing papers noted, have been looking for this information in a variety of dockets, and the commission told us it's the integrated resource plan. So if it's not the integrated resource plan to get this docket, then we don't have any place to get the information.
I mean, I said you already have that information through the PBRR, so precise number you're trying to pursue in this one is not precise. You may get the precise number, but it's absolutely inaccurate because you will have a lot of misinformation from very precise number in this case That's why my concern is people can have a very bad decision based on this very inaccurate number. It may not just help you, but it can hurt you if you have a very bad number.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Ham, LPI totally disagrees. We have Table 1, right? Table 1 is simply an incomplete picture. If you're saying that Table 1 is suspect and has too many variables, then it's unreliable entirely.
No. What I mean, unless your clients are trying to make a business decision on this number, in my view, Commission has enough information through the PBRR so we can make a decision on the resource plan. If you're pursuing this precise number to help your client to make a business decision, that case, I'm saying that case, it can actually hurt your customer, having this very precise but very inaccurate number if they make their business decision.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Ham, it could also help. All it is information. And by not including it, you don't have the full picture. And LPI adamantly disagrees that the PBRR is a sufficient basis upon which to do resource planning.
Okay, we can have a different opinion on that one. So I'll move on to the Minnesota Power on that question. So Minnesota Power, why you are not agreeing with LPI and you are not producing this information?
Dr. Kuklinski.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, thank you for the question. I think actually some of what Mr. Maraska said and some of what you had mentioned is how Minnesota Power feels about this. First of all, the company recognizes that the commission sets final rates, and so in addition to a number of unknowns that we had stated in the record, we also don't know a number of factors that the commission might decide in a rate case that will impact our final rates. But other factors that we don't have are like long-term demand projections from our large power customers. And since our customer base is roughly 75-ish% large industrial customers, that makes it difficult for us to predict accurate numbers. I think, from a public interest perspective, Minnesota Power feels that, like you said, Commissioner Hom, if we could develop a number. We could take a longer time to do it. And I know the briefing papers had mentioned that Minnesota Power didn't provide like an estimate of cost or labor needed, and we do have a rough estimate of that if you're interested. But we could spend a long time to produce that estimate, or we could produce it very quickly, like one of the decision options notes. Either way, it's going to be inaccurate. And so Minnesota Power thinks that that's going to be rather confusing for our customers. I think the company would agree, and not to speak for our large power industrial customers, but I'm not sure how that could be used for a business decision if it is inaccurate. But I think also for just the public and our residential customers, it would be confusing. And so, we've been talking about this for months and probably longer than that, because as Mr. Maraska, recognized, this isn't a new request, and have kind of been spinning on what we would need to produce something that would be in the interest of the public. And, we think that if we were to undertake this type of estimate, we'd probably need some direction from the commission, maybe even a new proceeding to establish criteria that is uniform across the state that utilities can use to estimate some of those unknowns. Because we can envision a situation where maybe Xcel Energy or Otter Tail or Minnesota Power or other municipal utilities or whoever it is are estimating long-term rate projections, but using a number of different criteria for those unknown factors. And that's going to be incredibly confusing for customers and might even impact the communities that we serve as economic development opportunities arise in those various service territories. So I think Minnesota Power's perspective is that if the commission does want utilities to produce this sort of estimate, we would appreciate some guidance and direction from the commission and would be willing to participate in a proceeding to establish what those estimates should be so that we're all using uniform criteria. And then maybe just a final note, and I do have my colleague Matt Brodeen here today. and so if you have questions about some of the other, statements that we made in our filing, but just as a note, we're not sure that an information request is the right avenue for this. And so, we do think like a rate case potentially would, be the right place as one of the decision options shows for a more near-term estimate. But also if we need to develop kind of this long-term outlook, we think a separate proceeding is necessary.
Okay, thank you. So 2008, I remember that you had a huge swing because the housing market collapsed and you had a large industrial customer shutting down temporarily. What was the swing at the time? Was it close to 50% of the load disappeared over a few months?
Mr. Brody.
Good morning, Commissioner Matt Brodeen on behalf of Minnesota Power. Did you say 15%?
I don't know exact percent, but I don't remember exact discussion I had it. I was working at the department at that time. I remember that after housing market collapsed, that you guys were panicking and then asking some resolution because the residential customer has to pick up huge portion of that potential drop.
I don't know the exact percentage. I know that you are correct, Commissioner Hom, that there was a significant reduction. And, I thought you were talking about even more recently where, the levels of production in our large power customers that we agreed to in the last rate settlement, even in the last 2 years since then, have dropped, over 15%. So, there are large swings that have significant impacts on rates and on the future rates of all of our customers based on things that are outside of our control that are customer driven.
Okay, and then also I remember that 1981, 1990, also there was another swing that you had to go through very difficult time to manage that. So is it true that at that time the large industrial customer load was swinging huge in magnitude?
Commissioner Hom, I don't recall that time frame. I'm not familiar with that. We haven't had anything come up more recently that has harkened back to that, but so I'll have to take your word for it on that one.
No, I mean, yeah, during the 2008 discussion, we had that discussion. So that's why I think even the recent 15% reduction, that can really swing overall rate design, rate number outcome, even if we fix methodology of the rate design.
Commissioner Hahn, absolutely, that's correct.
So yeah, that's why I had a concern producing this number. Some people may want to see those numbers, but also it can really mislead, particularly residential and small commercial people, if you produce this number. And also, I think LPI customer, they may have a very wrong signal based on certain number. So that's why I had a concern in overall, but my question is done then.
Yeah, no, Commissioner Hom, I appreciate the questions you're asking. I mean, when I think about this just from a macro level, I think the resource plan is about, looking at the needs of the state, the needs of the utility, service territory, how the utility is going to meet the needs of its customer, consistent with state law, and consistent with the NERC 1 in 10 standard, which basically says, it only allows the potential of one outage in a decade. And the resource plan is pegged at that, and it's a macro discussion about what combination of resources together meet that standard consistent with state law. It's a macro level discussion, and I Mr. Moratzko, and I see what you're getting at. I think you have the all-in rate is what people pay. I get it. I mean, that's the base rates, riders, fuel clause, plus demand charges. This is all knowable. I suspect, at a high level for the purposes of the resource plan, Minnesota Power, are you providing them with this higher level information? I mean, what is...
Chair Sullivan, yes, we do provide the high-level estimate based on the incremental cost of the resources in the resource plan.
And this, I think, kind of makes my point in my head, at least, that, when we're looking at the delta of resources that are going to come into play within a resource plan, like between wind, solar, natural gas, storage, like, the granularity of what you want, Mr. Maraska, I don't think is going to affect what gets picked in the resource plan. The granularity of what you want, I'll let you respond, but the granularity of what you want, I think is important in the rate case. And you said that, the commission told you to come to the resource plan. I'm not remembering when that happened, but I mean, it feels to me like Minnesota Power is giving you what you want. And then it would require a significant amount of, I think, like the standard is, a hardship on the utilities part, and I just don't know if that's going to like meaningfully move the needle to put them through the ringer. I don't know if that meaningfully moves the needle on the resource plan, but feel free to respond.
Chair Sullivan, I'd like to maybe just draw us back to what is in the resource plan and the work that is done, right? We have Table 1 from Appendix L in the resource plan. It starts on page 5 of the briefing papers, right? It presumably considers the load forecast and the rate design and everything else to come up with, if you approve our preferred plan, here's the incremental cost of that preferred plan. And the 30,000-foot view, you have less reliable data to create that table because we don't know what project is going to be chosen. We don't know what the timing is going to be, right? And the information that LPI is asking for is actually more certain because it includes the projects that the commission has already approved. And all LPI is asking for is to layer on top of a table that's already been created the costs that are more knowable now than they were at the time of the last resource plan. You're just layering on top costs with presumably utilizing the projections on the energy and the capacity forecasts. So could that change? 100%. But the fact that the table's already created with some portion of the information means it should not be a hardship to layer on top more certain costs.
Dr. Kuklinski, do you guys want to respond? I mean,
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I think Minnesota Power disagrees with the premise of that because now there is uncertainty in Appendix L and Table 1, certainly, and the purpose of that is a lot of things are held static. And what we do is we layer in the additional costs of the preferred plan in that to identify directionally and as a guidepost of where those costs are going or would go if we chose that plan. So it's imprecise by nature, and by doing an all-in rate plan, it would require taking that Table 1 and a similar Table 1 from all of the other rate impactful decisions that the commission is making and everything else, and adding all of those on top of each other. And, these are all very general. And so I don't know how it's more precise to add all of those up and then to make assumptions about rate design and other things that are outside of our control, inflation, everything else going forward. So the reason we hold everything static in Table 1 right now is because it's a directional and a guidepost. It's not meant to be perfectly accurate. It is meant to help make decisions.
because we're making macro level discussions.
Right, exactly.
Here.
So if you take that, yes.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you for the good discussion, Chair Sullivan. So each rate case, you produce rate model, right? So is it proprietary and you cannot share with the party after they sign NDA? Not producing number, but the rate model after end of the rate case.
Commissioner Hom, I don't know. I would have to look into it because that involves somebody else's model. So I don't know to the extent we can provide that. I do know that we do allow people that have licenses and other things to have our information and have some of that data in the rate case. But to the extent we can just provide everything to anybody, I don't know quite the extent of that.
Yeah, if you can, I don't know, some utility claim that that's proprietary, particularly even for the individual, their employee has a proprietary information there, so they don't want to share. But if you can share that model, I'll ask Mr. Moratzka, do you want to have that model and you inject your own number to calculate your own number? Minnesota Power's concern is with their name on it. They had a concern with it can mislead people. But your clients wants to know a number for your own purpose. If they provide those rate model, are you willing to create your own number for your own consumption?
Mr. Moratzka.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I guess a couple of comments. First, the rate case and decision option 3, that information on a test year basis is already available. In fact, it's already required, right? The financial rules in Chapter 7825 of the Minnesota rules require a comparison between present rate revenue and proposed rate revenue on a class basis. That's all part of the class cost service study. We see all of that. That information has long been produced for the test year, right? So we're actually thinking about things on a 5-year plan as laid out in the resource plan. If, again, this is information that LPI thinks is helpful, it's a data point for the macro discussion. And the macro discussion cannot happen without this particular data point. That's LPI's position. If Minnesota Power wants to provide additional assistance to allow for LPI to, help develop the record, then LPI can certainly take that under advisement and produce numbers and say, here's a calculation that we've done using Minnesota Power's modeling, and hopefully that's public so we can all talk about it. But if, the response to LPI trying to supplement the record with a data point it believes is useful for the macro discussion is, you did it wrong, well then why wouldn't we ask Minnesota Power to do it? And that's why we're here. We're asking Minnesota Power to do it because it's already doing the analysis.
Okay, so my idea was a little bit different from I don't know how you read option number 3, but they're not going to produce the number that they are typically producing at the rate case. I was suggesting providing you a model to produce that number so you can put your own number into it so you can calculate, you can infer to that number. It is not about the right or wrong because there is so much uncertainty. If Minnesota Power produce those numbers, there's a potential harm to it too. So minimizing those harm, but still your clients can get some of those insight if you want that insight, and you can refer to that output. Even if it's a proprietary model, output is not, right? After you inject certain input to it, it becomes non-proprietary outcome. You can argue if you want to argue with it.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, the rate case is a test year construct. It's a single year. We can, and we do, as you know, in your former role at the department, right? We can talk about, are the energy and capacity, are they accurate? Where are we going, et cetera? And we have a known set of test year costs that we are trying to evaluate and then set rates based on that test year going forward. That is one very narrow snapshot in time that is not related to the investments outside that test year, right? And so I don't know what LPI would do with the information in a rate case that is confined to 1 year when we're trying to talk about investments that are going to cover 5 to 15 years.
So that's exactly what I was trying to say in the beginning when I was talking to you, useless, because exactly that reason. because we set the rates at the rate case. Until next rate case, that's the allocation. After that, nobody knows. Even we don't know what we will do in next rate case. And you are asking Minnesota Power to be a commission to decide what will be and produce those numbers. So that's why I said that I cannot agree with you that it will be very useful for the commission to make a final decision. Even it can harm your clients making their business decision based on those numbers. Being said, I was trying to be helpful. If Minnesota Power is willing to help you to produce your own number, can you settle with it? Otherwise, I don't know whether this number is useful, as you just said. We have only a snapshot. That's a commission decision. Beyond that, even if we approve resource plan, we don't know how those costs will be allocated in the future rate case.
Mr. Maratska, I interpret what Commissioner Hom is doing as throwing you a life preserver. So I would, I mean, it feels very, very accommodating. He's not throwing you an anvil. So, and Commissioner Partridge has an anvil, okay? Mr. Maratska.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So, Mr. Maratska,
Commissioner Partridge, I just want to be fair, if it's okay. I did ask
I'm sorry, go for it.
Mr. Maratska to respond. So if he has a response, if you want to just go to Commissioner Partridge, I totally understand too.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I think the model that is going to be relevant is for purposes of the IRP is going to be the Encompass model. So if LPI can coordinate with Minnesota Power in this resource plan to use the models that are in this resource plan to develop the information, then that, I think, is a lifeline that LPI could try to work with Minnesota Power on. If the lifeline is wait until after this resource plan and into the next rate case, and then use that model in some future resource plan, that's not really a lifeline from LPI's perspective.
Okay. Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you. Mr. Maratska, the Encompass model, I'm sure, is you can access the Encompass model. That's part of being a party to the IRP. The Encompass model provides the revenue requirement for the resources that are being considered and selected in a resource plan. That's the scope of a resource plan. That information is in their resource plan, and you can use that to understand the impact of those resource decisions on costs and rates going forward. Separately, we have rate cases where we determine the appropriate rates to set based on a test year. I have a question for Dr. Kuklinski, and I'm hoping you can keep it pretty quick.
Dr. Kuklinski.
You
didn't ask a question yet.
In your last rate, preemptively though, in your last rate case, did you get the full request in rates?
Dr. Kuklinski.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, I don't know if I can answer with certainty, but I do not believe we did not get it.
No.
My colleague knows we did not get a all-in rate request like we have gotten in information requests in our IRP.
Right. Did you, and maybe I'll direct it at Mr. Brodeen since he is more familiar with the last rate case perhaps. Mr. Brodeen, did you have a guess of how much you were going to get from the commission when you went into your last rate case in terms of your total request as a percentage?
Mr. Brodeen.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, we did not. We had what we were requesting, and from there it was up to the commission to make a decision.
You would not have been able to forecast into the future what this commission or even a future commission would do with a rate request, much less what you would put into the rate request based on labor costs, insurance costs. These are all things that are outside of the scope of a resource plan that are considered in a rate case and are unknown going forward. I think that's the thing that the bottom line for me is that I too would like to know what my costs are going to be going into the future. An example that I would point to is it would have been nice to know what gas costs were going to look like this summer. I did not forecast a war in Iran, and if I had tried to forecast my gas costs and my fuel costs, I would have been wildly off. I think the same is true for Minnesota Power. When they're in a resource plan, they're looking at resources, they're making resource selections, they're using the Encompass model in order to understand the revenue requirement based on those resources. They're not looking at future insurance costs, they're not looking at changes in labor costs, and importantly, they don't know your client's future loads. Here's a question for you, Mr. Maratska. Do your clients are they willing to provide a forecast of their loads and make commitments on their loads going into the future?
Mr. Maratska.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, not without knowing the all-in cost.
So we're in a catch-22. I mean, they can't tell you what the all-in costs are going to be without knowing your client's loads. Your clients are 75% of their total load. If they had half of that, their rates are going to swing wildly, as Commissioner Hom said. I think the point is that I understand what you're asking for and how valuable that would be to your clients. And unfortunately, it just isn't something that exists, and it's well outside of the scope of a resource plan, in my opinion. I think what Commissioner Hom is saying is that if you had the rate model and you could plug in the revenue requirement based on different plans, you could give yourself some, be it inaccurate, but some idea of what the impact would be on rates. If that's not something that's adequate for you, I don't think there is an adequate solution, and that's just where I'm at.
Mr. Maratska.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge, appreciate that. I guess the final request as part of this and in coordination then with Minnesota Power is it would be helpful for LPI to be able to discuss the modeling results in a public way. I think LPI has done its level best to create some of this information already in the IRP. It has to be redacted because the model and the inputs, et cetera, have, from LPI's perspective and concerns in keeping trade secret information trade secret, we've had to redact that information. So if we can get some direction from the commission that can be made public and coordinate with Minnesota Power on that, I think that would be helpful. Again, you know, LPI put together its level best information, and it sure would be great if we could get Minnesota Power's response as to whether or not that information is accurate.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan.
Land the plane.
Mr. Maratska, I don't know exactly what is protected on the trade secret by Minnesota Power in this case, but in general, energy market for individual investment utility number is very sensitive to the market reaction from MISO market. Also, these days capacity number, because now we have a capacity market, that capacity number is very sensitive to the market. If they have to rebuild those numbers, it can really hurt your clients. If Minnesota Power is cornered at the market because their number is known to other competitor in the MISO market, they can nail them down. I think that's why we need to be very careful. Yes, we're trying to tell our utility to not to protect if information is not essential to protect. But in the resource plan, many numbers they are using is very market sensitive. So being said, yes, I said it multiple times, our utility should be very judicious about protecting their data. And hopefully they are not overprotecting their data. If you have a specific concern, we can help you with. However, energy data and capacity data and then capacity accreditation, those numbers are very market sensitive. From my experience as a staffer working on the MISO issue, those numbers, they can get really cornered in the MISO market that can hurt your clients.
And Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I think LPI has no objection to that. The question is, if built on certain assumptions without those assumptions being revealed and the output is rate information, is that rate information public as opposed, even though it's based on confidential information, which, as you mentioned, it needs to, energy and capacity forecast and everything else need to be confidential.
Yeah. We already discussed that rate information can be very, very wrong. It can be very precise. You want to nail down rate number, but that precision doesn't mean that it's accurate, and it can be helpful, and it can even mislead your clients and also other customers in MP service territory. Their ratepayers get wrong information, wrong impression from those numbers. If, let's say, the residential customer has an expectation from this resource plan that they'll pay $10. One day, your client, 50% of load disappears. They may have to pay $20. I don't know how to explain to the customers, the residential customer, about that at that point, because they already promised that they'll pay only $10 under this resource plan. That's why I said we need to be very careful about committing how much you will pay based on this resource plan other than macro level PBRR, because allocation and rate design will be done in the future commission meeting.
Mr. Maratsko? Are we at the bottom of the rabbit hole?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I think we are. I would just point then the information that's in Appendix L is meaningless.
Okay, so what do you want to do, Commissioner Hom? I mean, I liked where you were going with modeling. I thought the discussion there potentially could be productive. Do you want 5 minutes to work with staff just to develop something, and we'll come back and then we can get on to number 3 as somebody who's practicing my French. We are in recess until 11 o'clock. so that they'll be seated when we're ready. All right, everybody, we are coming back. I'm gaveling us back in. Commissioner Hom, do you have a motion?
Thank you. Can you bring up that? Okay, so the intention of this language is, first option is if there is no legal or proprietary information concern, you can just hand over your most recent rate model to LPI. But if you have any concern with proprietary information or other legal issue, I'm suggesting that LPI provides you certain input assumption. You run the rate model and give them LPI portion of the rate model output to LPI.
Dr. Kuklinski?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, is it okay if I ask a couple clarifying questions just to make sure I'm understanding? First, maybe I'll just mention we did phone a friend, and we do have a class cost of service model in a rate case that we could provide. I don't know that we have clarity here today if it would need to be trade secreted or not, but we do have a model we could provide. In terms of this decision option, is that what you're looking for, like us to provide that model to LPI and then for that test year? Because I am also being told that we don't have a model for like test years into the future for the reasons that we discussed.
Not is about the future. Language says most recent rate case rate model, so LPI can run its own number for themselves. So it has to be a CCOSS and rate model. So there are CCOSS. After that, we potentially commission change allocation. I don't know what happened in the most recent rate case. So you have to have a both CCOSS and final rate calculation, revenue calculation model.
Dr. Kuklinski?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, can I confer for just one moment? Mm-hmm. Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, thank you for the moment. I don't believe we have a rate model, so it is a little bit beyond my skis or over my skis trying to talk about rate making. But it's my understanding we don't have like a generic model for the actual final rate, but we do have the class cost of service model, which we can provide.
After that, if commission decide the fixed charge is below or above CCOSS provided, how do you calculate those numbers?
So I'm reading that we have an Excel-based schedule that can model the rate design, and we already provide that schedule and a UI model in the rate case.
Yes, that's in addition to CCOSS, and all functions should be attached to it so they can calculate by themselves.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I think we can work with LPI on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Moretzka, you good to go?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, will take this as a good first step. Thank you very much.
Nice. Touchdown. All right, let's vote.
Yeah, then I can move the motion number 2. We are denying the motion, but also we are adding this new 3. So motion is number 2 and Ham new 3.
Sounds good. Is the motion clear? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ricker. All right. On to number 3. Mr. Stolpus, when you are able, would you introduce the matter?
Chair Sullivan, item number 3 is docket number E002/RP-24-67 in the matter of Northern State Power Company's petition for approval of generator projects for MISO Aris 2. The issue before the Commission: should the Commission approve the acquisition and construction of the company's proposed Aris 2 projects, and should the Commission approve Xcel's proposed cost recovery approach? Staff has no opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Stolpus. Do any commissioners have questions? If not, I do not have questions, and I'm ready for a motion. Commissioner Hum? All right. Just so folks know what we're voting on in the audience, ARAS is a expedited interconnection process that has been approved by FERC, which is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. It's a process that works through MISO, the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, which we're about to hear a lot more about. And it's a process for ARAS is a process for expedited queue processing. It's, as Commissioner Hom says, it's the golden queue. It gets you moving faster. It gets projects on that are necessary for resource adequacy in a faster time period. So what is proposed before us right here are several battery projects that Xcel Energy has proposed to push through the ARAS framework. These are, just so folks know, these are very significant, very large batteries, 300 megawatt batteries, one in Nobles County, one in Sherco, up at the Sherco site. So 600 megawatts of battery through the ARAS project. The operational would be 2027 for Sherco and 2028 for Nobles County. So resources that capture Minnesota renewable resources and then put them out onto the grid. So with that, I will, and that's just for folks in the audience who are wondering what we're doing. With that, I will move decision options 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And if any commissioners have any questions, Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. No, I just want to make a statement. Last week, during the agenda meeting, I showed that congestion number from the MISO. I want to reiterate that Nobles County has a very significant curtailment. I think there was a significant concern by local county because they sacrificed their land and then convenience. In return, they were expecting property tax. However, curtailment doesn't give them that revenue. So I think this will improve the situation. Hopefully, we can relieve all those congestion and then curtailment issue in the long run with many projects we are discussing. But hopefully, this one will have an immediate relief for that Nobles County area wind farms.
Thank you, Commissioner Hom. I think that's really important context, and I appreciate how you linked it back to what you said last week. So the motion again is decision options 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Stolpus, as always, for very well done briefing papers. Now, we have the fourth item of the day, and our staff will be introducing this. Ms. Maxon and Ms. Johnson, if you could come forward. There are a number of parties Regarding this project, we are not going to take opening statements, but commissioners will ask questions, and I do want folks to know commissioners are very familiar with the record. So if you have been involved in the record, if you've written comments in the record, commissioners and staff have reviewed them and have incorporated them in our thinking. So, Ms. Maxon, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair Sullivan and commissioners. Item number 4 is for docket numbers E015/CN-25-111 and TL-25-112. In the matter of the application of Minnesota Power and American Transmission Company, LLC, for a certificate of need and route permit for the Iron Range, St. Louis County, Arrowhead 345 kilovolt transmission project. The questions before the Commission are: should the Commission issue the draft route permit prepared by Public Utilities Commission Energy Infrastructure Permitting staff? Should the Commission find that an environmental assessment addendum is required for the project? And if so, should the Commission approve the scope of the EA addendum and environmental report recommended by PUC EIP staff? Should the Commission refer the matter to the Court of Administrative Hearings and request the appointment of an administrative law judge to preside over public hearings and prepare findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendations on the merits of the proposed route permit application and any necessary route permit conditions? And finally, should the Commission extend the 216I statutory timeline from 6 months to a sufficient amount of time to make a decision on the certificate of need application and route permit application? I'd like to also note that Carol Overland, on behalf of Wolf, filed comments this morning. Commissioners have received a copy of these comments, but I have additional printed copies available in the back of the room in case anybody needs one. I have no further remarks, but I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maxon. We're going to move directly to commissioner comments, commissioner questions, but I'm first going to open things up with a statement here. A couple things that I think are important first to state from the outset. First, I recognize that many people interested in this transmission line are focused on the potential data center in Hermantown. I want everyone to know this transmission line would be proposed regardless of whether the data center is built. Setting the table. Over the next 8 months, a formal need determination will be made for this transmission line. It is important that everyone recognize that this line was proposed using forecasting and modeling that does not include current hyperscale data center load growth estimates. The applicants will have to make the case for the project's need, but I want to be clear, these lines are separate and independent from the data center. To members of the public who say they don't believe that, here's what I will say. You are right to conclude that the data center is probably being proposed at this location because of the transmission line. But that is much the same way a big box retailer opens a new store along a new interstate highway. It's to take advantage of future traffic flows. The larger question the Commission must answer over the next 8 months is whether these transmission lines serve the interest of the state's system, not whether they serve the interest of one customer. If we determine they serve the interests of the entire state, then we also determine they are eligible for MISO's cost allocation tariff. Now, what that means from Minnesota Power's customers is that they would pay approximately 2% of the total cost. So the range of estimates is 440 to 500 and some million. Minnesota Power's customers would be on the hook for 2% of that. Minnesota as a whole would pay approximately 18% of those. These are regional lines, and they're based on, the payment of them is based on a regional cost share. Minnesota is about 18% of the north and the central MISO. Other states like Wisconsin, also about 8%. The Dakotas are 1 or 2%. So everybody shares in the cost of these lines. And MISO's tariff is allocated to utility customers based on energy consumption. If you use less, you pay less. If you use more, you pay more. It's important to think of it like a stamp. If you're buying more postage, you're sending more stuff, and that's similar to how this works. If we determine the line is not needed, it will not be built. The many potential benefits that these lines may serve lower power costs, improved reliability, renewable energy integration are precisely what both applicants must prove during the certificate of need portion of this proceeding. And that is critical, is that we would be if we decide they are not needed, we're deciding that those potential benefits are not, we're not going to see those benefits. So I encourage everyone to pay close attention over the next 8 months and engage in these conversations. They are critical to determining whether these lines are truly state and regional resources. At the same time the Commission is determining need, it will also be working on potential siting and routing of this line should it be approved. It is important that critically important, that people affected by the proposed route share their concerns with the Commission. We take impacted landowner concerns and communities' concerns very seriously, and we often require the applicant to modify the route or make changes when landowners raise requests that would reduce impacts and are supported by the law. Now, lastly, this is an open and transparent process. Commissioners are bound by ex parte rules. We do not sign non-disclosure agreements. There may be trade secret things. There may be information in this record that is trade secret protected because it is of sensitive commercial nature, but Commissioners' decisions and our decision-making process will all be public and on full display for Minnesotans. As you've seen in the previous two, we don't coordinate. We're arguing or discussing this for the first time, and that's going to be the way that it is, and that's all for the public to understand. You see us making decisions in real time, we're making them in real time. We're flummoxed by something Commissioner Partridge has said. I'm flummoxed by it. Commissioner Hom is like, what is that dude talking about? This is how it's designed. And I want Minnesotans to know that is what we're going into. That is what we're doing right now. So that is my statement, and we can move to the record. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I really appreciate your opening statement because we need to keep explaining to public because there is a mistrust in the process. It's not our fault, but I think even though there was a local process creating this mistrust, I think we have to keep explaining to public. I'm very happy to hear what you are trying to say. Also, I'll add a little more technical detail to it. I was a stepper before I became commissioner, and then I was monitoring Mid-Continent Independent System Operator planning process. So based on my knowledge, Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, MISO, start LRTP planning. They have a tranche 1, tranche 2.1, and so on. So far, they completed tranche 2.1. ISA is part of the tranche 2.1. Underlying assumption was developed in 2019 and on for a couple of years at the MISO for tranche 1. At the time, data center, AI data center, hyperscaler data center wasn't any topic of discussion. After they complete LRTP tranche 1, LRTP tranche 2.1 was planned, and there was a discussion about updating future growth assumption. That was around 2022. ChatGPT was introduced public in November 2022, at the end of the November 2022. So even if you don't watch that planning process, you can guess that was not part of their planning process. However, I watched it. That wasn't part of their planning assumption. Tranche 2.1 future assumption was barely reflecting Minnesota electrification assumption, and our utility was working hard to MISO to reflect electrification and energy transition. Particularly energy transition require more transmission line because reliability and energy saving. So 2022, MISO developed a baseline assumption on tranche 2.1, which is part that ISA project belong to. has a zero assumption on the AI data center growth. So I hope public can understand, if you don't trust me and my word, if you can see that timeline, it cannot reflect data center growth. As of today, they are now working on to reflect this data center growth. Even they are very conservative on that way, so I don't know how this will go in which direction, but now they are talking about data center growth. But also, when they are developing this one, they don't specifically pick the location. They just have a big macro level assumption, and then they plan this. This transmission line planning is for reliability and energy cost saving. Once again, last week I showed everybody what happened in the one quarter. Winter quarter at the MISO, there was a close to $1 billion congestion and about every day 500 megawatt curtailments of the wind energy. A lot of those, half of the congestion in our area, most of that curtailment happened in our area. We are losing a lot of money. These money should be used to help ratepayers. Our ratepayer is struggling paying their bill. We are leaving a lot of energy on the table, and we are even curtailing. That's why I think right before this decision, we made a decision on this ERAS project, one specifically assigned to Nobles County. That area has a huge wind curtailment. That means they cannot produce energy even though wind is blowing because MISO system cannot handle it. That's why this overall plan of LRTP was designed to help reliability for future energy transition and then weather variability and many other things. But direct benefit to Minnesota is reliability, plus we will potentially have energy cost benefit from this. So that's why we need to discuss ISA on the assumption that it has nothing to do with the data center. As Commissioner Sullivan mentioned, maybe data center picked this location because there is a good transmission line solution. That's a different issue. And then also we have pending rate design issue with this data center. We will deal with it. And there are two Minnesota Power filing on this. One is specific ESA and baseline data center tariff. They withdrew that baseline data center tariff and they're going to refile it. But we are going to deal with that data center issue in the separate venue to make sure that not only it doesn't harm your rates, based on what we are seeing, actually it can help you to lower your bill. At the end of the day, your bill may still go up because we have to keep building things and inflation happen, but it will make sure that your increases are lesser because of this data center, if we are approving it. If we don't see that benefit, we are not going to approve it. So that's the promise we have. And the most recent case, we approved Xcel Energy baseline data center tariff. We made sure that no existing customer will pay any penny for data center. So hopefully you understand this overall situation on data center and this all transmission line proposed by our utility. So there are several of these lines proposed in addition to this, but hopefully we have that context in mind. Yes, we will have a very transparent process for next 8 months on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Hom. I appreciate them. And I think that's a really important point, that looking what the commission has already done, acting on the Xcel data center, I think that is an important point to, that the commission is going to be focused on making sure that state law is effectuated, that the state law which says that these large loads, the impact of them has to be borne by them. And, that is what state law says. But I do want to toot our own horn in that it was our action several years ago that the state built its statute around, that the legislature built its statute around. So we are there, we understand, and that is going to be held, it's going to be dealt with in other dockets around when that comes forward, if it comes forward. So with that, I have a couple questions. Commissioner Partridge, are you?
Nope, I fully agree with everything you all have said, and I appreciate you both making the point to talk about what we're going to consider today and how that is separate from the data center, and how we will be considering the data center tariff and the ESA at a future hearing, and I believe that's on June 25th for those who want to tune into that.
Thank you. All right, a couple questions I'm going to first go to Minnesota Power and the late filed comments. As I understand them, I want to make sure that Ms. Johnson, if you could, are you in agreement with the suggested reclassification? And if you could just speak to that.
Chair Sullivan, yes, staff agrees with the recommended change to alternative B.
Alternative B. And then do we have some proposed language that the order writer could put up?
Yes, that should be available.
And then the company can take a peek at that, tell us what they think. And Ms. Verhalen, Ms. Schmiesing, if you could introduce yourself. I don't think I had you introduce yourself, Ms. Johnson, sorry.
I'm Emily Johnson. I'm an environmental review manager with the EIP unit here at the Commission.
Right.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Cody Verhalen with Taft on behalf of Minnesota Power.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Betsy Schmiesing from Winthrop and Weinstein on behalf of American Transmission Company.
All right, thank you. Here's the proposed language. So for folks in the audience, what you're seeing here is based on what the Commission has received already. These are route alternatives that have been brought to our staff for review by the applicants and by the process. So this is literally the process in action, folks saying, look at these alignments, look at this route alternative, and that's what we're doing here. We're going to be studying these. So, Ms. Verhalen, did you want to?
Yes, thank you, Chair Sullivan.
Anything? You can correct if you disagree with what I said. You can.
We just have new language up on the screen, so I was
okay.
just taking a quick look at it. Yes, so Chair Sullivan, this language for both decision option 3 and decision option 5, these modifications reflect what the applicants were intending. The alternative proposed by the landowner in this area was within the route width, which is why the applicants are just asking it be reclassified as an alignment alternative, to your point about transparency. There's no other change to this alternative other than reclassifying as an alignment alternative because it is within the route width proposed for the project.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We're all squared away on this. When it's time, I will incorporate this into a motion. The next thing I want to turn to is Ms. Overland's comments that were filed last night that I received this morning. I don't know if Ms. Overland is in the audience or if she's online.
Chair Sullivan, we received word this morning that she was unable to join.
Okay. I'm not able to, not having her here, I can't really, I'll just say what I'm thinking. And I've reviewed Ms. Overland's letter. I disagree with it. I think both under the rules and under state statute, that what she's asking us, telling us to do is not required. This project will be moving through standard review, and the legislature specifically exempted standard review permits under the new 269 from the EAW and EIS requirements under Chapter 4410. So that is responsive to her overall argument. But even if you didn't, I think under the three subparts of subpart 9C of 4410.0200, people can ignore that. It's just our servers. I don't think the project it's not a phased or connected action in any one of those three planks under subpart 9C, A, B, and C. So my view is that although I appreciate Ms. Overland flagging this for us, I don't agree with her that it's something that we need to act on. Those are my questions. I'm happy to make a motion unless my colleagues have other thoughts. Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I just wanted to also speak to a couple other filings we got kind of later in the process, one from CURE and one from MTERA about the community benefits agreement.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Partridge. I appreciate you mentioning that, yes.
Yes. So what I wanted to say is that, just to clarify where we are in the process, we're at the point of adopting the draft permit. We're not adopting a final permit, and so this is the part of the process where we will continue to have record development and discussion on what should be included in the final draft. In my discussions with staff, I think where staff is in their thinking around not including the community benefits agreement in the current draft permit is that there needs to be further record development, that there's not sufficient record development at this point to say whether it should be included or not. But it is not to say that there shouldn't be continued conversation. I think we would welcome continued discussion and conversation around what a community benefits agreement might look like, which communities would be included, and if that can be further developed going forward, it can be considered for the final permit. I'm not saying that we support it or don't at this point, and I think I just wanted to reflect that its omission is not a statement to say that we don't think a community benefits agreement would be useful or helpful. At least that's where I'm at. I think right now it's just to say that we don't have sufficient information to really be able to draft something up that we think, we just don't know exactly what that would look like, what communities would be involved, and we need more discussion. That's where I'm at, and I just wanted to flag that because I do generally think those can be very helpful, but it is a little different to think of it over the entire length of a transmission line, where typically I've thought of it around a specific community where there's maybe a solar development, wind, a BESS, where there's just one single community. And so I think that's something that I just want to put out there for further development for the folks who are thinking about this, of how to help us understand what that would look like and the scope of it. Where I am.
I appreciate you bringing this up. I really do. There are a couple things that I was thinking about on this too. And as far as I would ask CURE and MTERA to work, like as you did, to work directly with the applicants on this. Just like you, I don't typically think of community benefits program within the context of a transmission line. I don't think there's ever been an example of us doing one. They typically be, they're like generation projects. And so that's not to say that it shouldn't happen, but I'm just, I would just ask CURE and MTERA to work with the applicants in developing something and kind of develop something organically. I also want to mention that I do think it's really important that people know that this commission does prioritize working with the tribal communities. We all meet with the 11 recognized and do government-to-government consultations with the 11 federally recognized tribes in Minnesota. We do that every year. We made that commitment after Governor Walz was his executive order that required the state agencies to do it, or the cabinet agencies to do it, and even though the commission at that point was not covered by statute, this commission went out on our own and went to the legislature and asked that we too be required to do consultations with all tribal communities every year. And so, we worked on legislation to require that, not just for us, but for all commissions going forward in the future. So we prioritize this. We think it is extremely beneficial, and I encourage tribal governments to raise these issues during their next annual consultation, or if they're looking for something more specific, to raise it during those consultations, which are ongoing. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I'll ask Minnesota Power about the workforce issue. So my understanding is that Minnesota Power is working with one or two tribal government to develop a workforce specifically tied to the tribal members.
Ms. Verhalen.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, I would like to ask to have Dr. Kuklinski come up and address that question more directly.
Dr. Kuklinski, if you could just introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom. Minnesota Power is a participant in the Minnesota Indigenous Energy Workforce Working Group that's hosted by DEED. And just broadly, Minnesota Power is engaged in a number of activities and organizational kind of development initiatives so that we can better serve the tribal nations within our service territory, and also ensure that, for example, like tribal contractors can participate in these projects. Broadly, we want the communities that these projects run through and the communities we serve to benefit from not just the actual reliability benefits of the line, but also the construction aspect, because there's a lot of economic development opportunity associated with the construction of these transmission lines. And so we work with not just the workforce state group, but we also work directly with like the Minnesota Tribal Contractors Council, as well as a few other workforce groups to try to promote Indigenous jobs actually working on these lines, as well as contractors who can work on the construction phase of these projects.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you. So in addition to that one, I think you have to consider local labor force as your source of the construction labor, right? And you are working with the LIUNA and those labor unions, and those labor union is also working hard to bring up that the labor force needed to have a reasonable cost to construct these lines. So they are very proactively training the new labor, and then you are part of those discussions, right?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, we are, in fact, I myself just went to the Hermantown Carpenters Training Facility on Friday and did a tour and met with labor leadership there and talked about projects just like this one. And kind of relatedly, not only do we work, closely with those unions to ensure that local labor supports these projects as much as possible, we try to connect them with the contractors that are chosen to build these projects, and we also try to connect those labor union members with tribal nations that we serve, so that there can be better coordination there as well.
Commissioner Hom.
Yeah, thank you, Jessel. Yeah, in my view, that is a part of community benefit. I think Minnesota Commission historically intentionally making sure that our utility is trying to focus on developing good workforce along with the tribal nations, and also I think a labor union to make sure that we have a good, dependable labor force. That way, I think with a good supply of those labor union, we don't have to worry about price hike on the labor side. And then also we can have a very good reliable labor service. So to me, that is one part of community benefit I can consider when we are doing this transmission line construction.
Thank you, Commissioner Hom. One last thing I want to note is that in my analysis here, use your words, Joe. We're on a year timeline here, and that is governed by in my view, that's governed by the certificate of need. I know there's some tension between the new siting and routing statute 216I and certificate of need. I just want to clarify with the company, you understand where we're going, and you understand that that's the interpretation that we have. Ms. Verhalen.
Chair Sullivan, yes, the applicants acknowledge that the certificate of need statute allows for an up to 12-month timeline, and that is why the applicants stated in their comments that they do not object to decision option 9 for purposes of this project. So both pieces can be aligned and move through the process efficiently.
Thank you. And it's important that, because most normal people don't know what a certificate of need is or siting and routing permit, and it is important, we will often have our folks going out and saying, don't talk about need, talk about siting and routing, and the public is like, what are you talking about? So that's why we try to join these together, but that's where the tension comes from, is trying to do that. But another point that I want to make is that just because we have up to a year, that doesn't mean that we need to take a full year. If we can move more expeditiously, that is my hope. So, Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Yeah, along the line, yes. But also I think we are going to make sure that public process is not shortcutted. I think, yes, as I said again, 1 quarter, 3 months, we are losing about $1 billion as a MISO as a whole. About $500 million is our money going away. So that's why we need to build this line sooner than later, because that money should belong to ratepayers. But being said, we cannot just shortcut the public process. So we need to make sure that public has all the time they need to make sure that they have a proper venue to express their opinion on this. Thank you.
100% agree. Commissioner Partridge. Final thoughts.
Final thought for me.
I just mimicked what I thought you said.
Yeah, final thought from me. I just wanted to also thank our staff. I think this has been a very robust docket so far, and robust conversation with lots of parties bringing issues forward. And we sometimes dive in, I think, because our heads are very full of all those issues. And I wanted to take a minute to step back and say thank you to Ms. Maxon, Ms. Johnson, for all of the work you did to put this record together and to help us make sense of it, and for all the work that you do to engage with the public. You are on the front line of explaining the process and helping us to maintain trust in our processes and in government at the state level. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that, Commissioner Partridge. I'm ready to make a motion, and I think we have, Mr. Blodgett, do we have, can we splash it up on the screen? So my motion will be decision option 2, decision option 3, all parts, and under B, we have some new language that redesignates it as a alignment, I think.
Chair Sullivan, regarding decision options 1 versus 2, I believe you were considering option number 1 under the draft route permit.
Oh, you are correct. I got a little mixed up there. Okay, so decision option 1, decision option, thank you, Ms. Maxon. Decision option 1, decision option 3, all parts, A through G, with the new language under B redesignated as alignment alternative AA6. Then decision option 4, decision option 5G, but not parts A through F, but just 5G. Revise the scoping decision. Then decision options 7 and 9. Is that clear? Do I need, we're good? Olivia? Okay. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. All right. It is 11:45. We are going to take a lunch break, and we'll come back for the fifth item of the day. Commissioners, 45 minutes? Okay, we will be back at 12:35. We are in recess. Welcome back. We will now do the final agenda item for the day today. Ms. Dornfeld, if you would introduce the matter, and then we can get on to the show.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. The fifth and final item up before the Commission today is docket number G999/CI-21-565 concerning Xcel Energy, Great Plains Natural Gas, Centerpoint Energy, Minnesota Energy Resources Corp., and Greater Minnesota Gas. This is in the matter of a commission evaluation of changes to natural gas utility regulatory and policy structures to meet state greenhouse gas reduction goals. And I'll also note that after staff briefing papers were filed on May 20th, several additional documents were received. These documents are up front. A few copies were printed of each. We have a cure correction to briefing papers, decision options of Fresh Energy, MCEA, and CUB, a letter from the Minnesota Blue Flame Gas Association, the Minnesota Propane Association, North Metro Mayors. We also have preferred decision options of the OAG and Department of Commerce, an updated preferred decision option from Commissioner Partridge, a joint commenter set of preferred decision options, and a set of decision options from Xcel, CEE, WIUNA, and the Energy Sense Coalition. Staff compiled all the preferred decision options and then corrected this document based on commenters' helpful edits. So thank you very much to everyone who looked through with a very fine-tooth comb. And then this morning, staff filed corrected, compiled decision options. Many copies of that document is available up front, and that, to the best of my ability, reflects all the preferred decision options of the commenters in this docket. So if you'd like, that is available up front, as well as the other late filed items. All items filed since the briefing papers were also shared with commissioners prior to this meeting. Commenters and staff are available to respond to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dornfeld. There are more than 20 parties in this matter, so this is a voluminous record. I can assure you, the public and the parties that your comments and your filings have been reviewed and included. There's been a lot of time spent reviewing this. So with that said, we will start first with commissioner questions. If a commissioner has a question, they will call you forward, and then the first thing to do would be to introduce yourself for the record, and we can get moving then. So with that, I'm going to start with commissioner questions. Do commissioners have questions or statements? Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I want to start with a statement. As many of you saw, I filed preferred decision options in this docket, and so I want to give some context around that. Before I do that, I want to say thank you to our staff, to Dr. Dornfeld. Thank you so much for all of your work in this very robust and complex docket. I want to acknowledge that Dr. Dornfeld was up late last night updating the decision options and making sure that she captured everyone's perspective and position appropriately, so thank you so much. This docket has been going on for over a year, as many of you know, and we have welcomed a child into Ms. Dornfeld's life, and that child has already turned 1 throughout the course of this long docket. And so throughout that time, there's been lots of record development, and we are all very informed. So with that, I'll also thank the parties for all of that robust engagement with the docket, and I want to especially thank McGeezy for bringing in some students and giving them an opportunity to engage with our process. I don't believe they were able to make it today, so hopefully someone can communicate this back to them, that it was wonderful to have engagement from students, that we read all of their comments, and that I hope they'll continue to engage with us and continue in this field. With that, I will say that from my perspective, throughout this docket, there are 2 overarching themes that emerged. The first, number 1, is emissions and how to drive down emissions of the natural gas system in keeping with our state's emissions reduction goals. The section, excuse me, news cameras make all of us a little nervous, so My apologies. The second is a question of whether line extension policies appropriately balance the cost and benefits of new customers with existing ratepayers. So I will talk to both of those and put that in context of the decision options that I filed. So starting with emissions. Over the last several years, this commission has helped to advance clean, cost-effective alternatives to traditional natural gas heating through implementation of the Natural Gas Innovation Act and our new natural gas resource planning requirements, as well as many other dockets. Because of those actions, our two largest gas utilities are actively installing electric air source heat pumps, weatherizing homes, and investing in community-scale network geothermal heating and cooling systems through their NGIA portfolios, to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. And our three largest natural gas utilities are gearing up to file their very first integrated resource plans, which will include modeling that considers our state's greenhouse gas emissions goals, includes the externality costs of emissions, and evaluates alternatives to natural gas, including energy efficiency and electrification. Those resource plans, like those of our electric utilities, will guide the investments of gas utilities going forward and will drive down emissions. These examples highlight first that this commission is very serious about reducing emissions of the natural gas system. And second, how we have done that to date and how I recommend we do that going forward, which is to facilitate the development and deployment of cost-effective, clean alternative approaches to heating and other natural gas end uses. What we have not done, and what I do not recommend doing at this moment, is to cut people off of natural gas or make natural gas service less accessible. Because doing that will push additional costs onto consumers, and importantly, force many of those consumers to remain or turn to unregulated delivered fuels where they will be cut off from cold weather rule protections, access to utility bill assistance programs, and access to utility energy efficiency programs. I say that because the average line allowance in this docket is about $2,000. That amount is not sufficient to cover the upfront costs of a cold climate air source heat pump. So for those who are on a tight budget, they will not be able to upgrade to highly efficient electric technologies. They're going to be left to either pay the $2,000 or to settle for propane. Now, I know the Propane Association is not going to like this, but the last thing I want to do from a climate perspective and from a human perspective is to push more people to propane heating. The regulated utility model provides life-saving protections for customers, and delivered fuels simply do not. The preferred decision options I filed prioritize deploying cost-effective approaches to heating that reduce emissions through a new eco program to drive innovation and change in construction practices for new homes, and in evaluating new dual-fuel utility models that maximize emissions reductions with electrification while mitigating costly peaks on the electric system. This underlying approach supports a customer transition to new efficient heating systems, and that will drive changes to our line extension policies. Now, moving to the second major issue within this docket, to how to appropriately balance the costs and benefits of new customers with those of existing ratepayers. I am swayed by the arguments of the Office of the Attorney General and other parties that we need to do something and make a change on those existing line extension allowances. Under my preferred decision options, I set a cap on free footage allowances. And then going forward, utilities will have to justify their allowances during general rate cases using transparent math and specific guidelines we set forward. Utilities will be required to explicitly demonstrate that existing customers financially benefit from new additions within a reasonable time period. They must also account for the risks of stranded assets, advances in technology, and alignment with our greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals and other policies. I recognize that the OAG and the department would prefer to do this calculation in separate dockets rather than in general rate cases. I also heard loud and clear from the clean energy organizations that they too would prefer to decide this issue outside of rate cases and in a universally applied standard. I acknowledge this issue has been fraught throughout the rate case proceedings. However, I am skeptical that we can make an appropriate data-driven decision on this issue outside of a utility-specific rate case. We will need accurate and vetted customer sales forecasts, revenue projections, updated construction costs, and other operational costs. We get that data and review that data holistically through a general rate case. And so it is my opinion that that is where we will be best able to fully understand this issue on a utility-specific basis. In sum, the decision options I filed represent my attempt to make a balanced, data-driven decision on this particular matter at this particular time, with a clear process going forward in how we will decide this at every next general rate case. Thank you, Chair Sullivan, for the opportunity to provide that, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner Partridge. I just want to state as well, and I think you've very eloquently put this into a frame that I agree with, and I agree with the direction that you're moving in. I do want to challenge something in the record that it is in the briefing papers and it was brought up, but it is the assumption, and first of all, moving to propane is a more carbon intense. It emits about 20% more carbon dioxide on a decatherm basis than methane does. So moving to, if we encourage propane use, and the record seems to assume that we will electrify, that people will electrify. And I think that is a very untested assumption in this market. I think that it is more likely than not that what you will see is people moving to delivered fuels. Delivered fuels are available. I even checked last night. You could do delivered fuels in Minneapolis. You could do delivered fuels in Cottage Grove. These are going to be happening on the margins of the existing service territories. And the choice is going to be, do you want to spend this money or propane installation, which will likely be free? The rental, the upfront costs will likely be free. And I think the majority of people will choose that option rather than electric. Now, that's my thinking on it. That's my untested assumption. But I think it's equally as untested as what is put forward in the docket. I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that people in a cold climate like Minnesota are actually going to move to all-in electric. And I'll have a decision option that I'll put forward for discussion later about this, where I would ask the utilities to do some surveying when they're at the point of extending a new connection, that they would actually ask what would a customer do in the absence of this, so that in the future we can have some actual data, real data, to put some numbers around that. Because if people do move to propane or delivered fuels, it could be fuel oil as well. I mean, there are significantly larger emissions from that, and we would be going backwards. And on top of that, moving people, and the record shows that there's, I think it was about 9,000 new hookups per year across all utilities. If you have a significant portion of those folks who are moving to delivered fuels, as you had said before, and I think this is a critical point, they're moving off of ECO. They're moving off of the DSM programs. They're moving off of the protections, the consumer protections that are built into these programs. They're moving out of the regulated model, the collective action model that we have. They're moving out of them. And as some anecdotal evidence for my concern, we only need to look to the comments that were filed by the Propane Association just the other day, where they all but said, don't do these don't do the line extensions, because they see it as a business opportunity. So from my perspective, I understand, I think there are people of goodwill on all sides of this issue, people who want to address climate. Why I do what I do is because of climate. But I think this commission has set forward on a path through resource planning, through NGIA, to address these issues. And you have said it much more eloquently than I've said it in the past. But if you look at resource plans for the electric utilities 30 years ago, those electric utilities have decarbonized to the point where our utilities now, through that planning process, are basically 60% carbon-free today. And that's because of the planning process. That's because of the regulatory model. That's because we have a collective action machine here where we can drive people towards outcomes. And in my view, I'm very supportive of where you're going, Commissioner Partridge. I'm supportive of what you offered. And I think that it's a thoughtful approach moving forward. And yes, that's my take. Commissioner Hom, did you want to weigh in, or?
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So yes, I agree with both Commissioner Partridge and Commissioner Sullivan said. We have to look this into the holistic. We have a multiple path we are working on. So I don't know what is the overall decathlon related to this potential 9,000 extension versus, I think when we are tackling this issue, we have to go with bigger chunk first. So yeah, my particular interest was decarbonizing industrial building, which is very different, but that can have a bigger impact. Being said, yes, we are doing NGIA pilots, which will test what we are discussing as an alternative to this. As Commissioner Sullivan said, until we have that in our hand, it's very difficult to pursue that untested path because it's about reliability, people's life. When in wintertime, when we don't have a heat, we have an issue. So that's why we have to be careful. Yes, I think we can do certain thing in theory, and we can do something very abruptly, but there's an unintended consequence. Based on what I read, based on the Commissioner Partridge proposed, there are enough consideration to make. I think that is based on other parties' proposal, but we are not staying with the status quo. We are moving ahead. As Commissioner Sullivan mentioned, yes, baseline is LP gas, then it is better than before. So hopefully everybody understand that this is a direction we are going, same direction, same path. We may go faster in one lane, we may go slow in another lane. Doesn't mean that we are going slow or we are turning around and going different direction. I agree that everybody's going in the same direction. We have a multiple path. In one path, we are going a little bit slower than you want, but overall, we are heading the right direction and we are trying to get there. So hopefully we have a productive discussion today.
Thank you, Commissioner Hom. Excuse me. Commissioner questions. Commissioner Partridge, do you want to kick this off?
I have a question for the parties who filed with CEE, Xcel Energy, LIUNA, and Energy Sense Coalition. I don't know if you have a single representative or if you all want to come forward. And then I will have a question for the department. Thank you.
Let's just start with Mr. Pranis. If you could just, everybody introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioners. Kevin Pranis on behalf of LIUNA, Minnesota, and North Dakota.
Hello, Commissioners. Sydney Lieb with the Minnesota Department of Commerce. Apologies for my voice.
Good afternoon, Will Nissen, Director of Policy at Center for Energy and Environment.
Thank you, Commissioners. George Shardlow with the Energy Sense Coalition.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. There's too many joint parties. I don't know what to call you all, so I apologize. But to the parties who filed the original proposal, CEE, Energy Sense, LIUNA, Xcel. My question to you is, I took your original proposal, or your modified proposal, I should say, and then I modified it further, and I for you to comment on whether you support my modified proposal or preferred decision options, or if you have any concerns about the set of decision options I put forward. Let's start with Mr. Pranis.
Mr. Pranis.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, yeah, we found your edits to be generally helpful and I think sort of improved the flow. We didn't, certainly from Lino's part, we did not see any change to the overall direction, which was both to try to harmonize amongst utilities to the degree that it makes sense, and to identify some particular paths forward. You know, I think most exciting of those is really looking at dual fuel in a serious way using the Quebec model, which I think will be an important model because we anticipate that the bulk of electrification will probably take place in a dual fuel context. So it seems pretty important that we figure out how that works both for decarbonization and for, you know, cost allocation, et cetera.
Mr. Nissen.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, similar vein, for reasons basically you laid out in your opening statement, we proposed what we proposed initially as that balance between emissions and making progress on that front. And then over the course of the docket and engagement with, especially appreciative of the OAG's office, really dug down and learned more about the math and the how those tariffs are calculated and implemented. And a lot of those recommendations made sense in a way to move that part of the discussion forward. So we don't have any concerns and support what you laid out in your modified proposal.
Mr. Charlow.
Nothing really to add, Commissioner Partridge. ECC appreciates this framework, and we believe it does a good job of supporting low-income customers regardless of or across multiple fuel types.
Mr. Thompson, did you introduce?
I did not. I was on it. I was going to do it. Ian Dobson with Xcel Energy. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Partridge. I think, you know, our view is I think hearing the comments that you guys each made at the beginning and understanding deeply sort of the balancing that you guys are trying to do of different policy, different real policy concerns. I think, you know, we thought this hit a really good balance of sort of where we need to be today, where we need to go, you know, forward. There were two. I think if I'm working off the right set, there were two minor issues that we had with it. The first, I think, in decision option 14, we had we would propose using weather normalized data. We just think it's better data. To be honest, no matter what you ordered, we would probably just give you both, and then you would have them. But I think that's a better data set. The other one is, excuse me, in 24G, we don't have a process to gather that data right now. We've had some conversations. I think we could give you some pretty incomplete data based on sort of where we have both electric and gas service, but I think we're open to sort of figuring that out going forward. But as of right now, we don't have it. So that's all.
Thank you. That's helpful. So first of all, for 24G, just for those to help follow along, this is a request for data around the line extensions and whether and to what extent they are going towards new construction versus existing construction, and some information about the usage patterns of those different types of homes, new versus existing. I understand, Mr. Dobson, that you don't have this data, and I would guess that many of the gas utilities don't currently have this data. I think my intent in putting it in here is that it's something that you'll start to collect. I think in the record there's sufficient discussion that there may be different usage patterns for new construction versus existing. And I think we're just not really sure whether lines are going to new construction or to existing homes, and also so that we can get a better understanding of how those different housing types are using gas over time. I think that for me will be important for us to understand trends going forward and to make sure that when we are calculating, you know, the payback on these lines, that we're using the right data. So not a punitive, that the intent was not punitive if you're not currently collecting it, but more of a signal to start collecting it and to give us the data that you do have in your next general rate case. And then a question for you, Mr. Dobson, on Partridge Modified 17, where we're asking you to really dig in and evaluate the Quebec model. I picked a date of 90 days after this order, recognizing that the original date to file with your IRP was not going to work out anymore given the timing of this. Is 90 days sufficient? Because I honestly am flexible on that. I don't think there's like a hard deadline on that. I just wanted to pick a date so that everybody had it in their calendar, was working towards it, and knew when it was coming.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Partridge. I think we appreciate the 90 days. I think we feel like we can do that, and obviously, if we're confident we can do that.
Great. I did have a question for the OAG as well. I'll go to that next, that I had written down.
Ms. Hinderly, and if you could just introduce yourself, but I feel like I don't need to tell you that.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I always forget. So, Catherine Hinderly, Office of
No,
the
you
Attorney
don't.
General, Residential Utilities Division.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Hinderly, one question that came to my mind is, I think you had, and sorry, I don't know which iteration of the decision options, but I think you had originally suggested decision option 10, which would either require, and there's different iterations of this, so I just want to, I'm not specifically talking about one versus another, but the concept is that the utilities would look at potentially waiving kayak for low-income customers, and there's, you know, hard requirements and soft requirements, but if you could speak to that. I was interested in that. I didn't include it in my decision options, but wanted you to speak to whether you still think that could be helpful.
Ms. Hinderly.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge. Yes, we had mentioned that that's a possibility if we're looking for ways to, you know, make gas service more affordable for our potential low-income customers versus, you know, current low-income customers. The one thing in conversations with a couple of the utilities, I do understand that it's probably going to be fairly complex to try to figure that data out. In our comments, we also did, you know, encourage the commission, we can make some kind of reasonable common sense assumptions that a lot of, you know, people building their own new homes are probably not low-income customers. So we're really talking about probably a pretty small subset of folks, which is, you know, people in existing homes who would qualify as low-income who are seeking to move from probably propane to natural gas, given that that's kind of the only economic conversion that likely those people would be able to do. So that's something we're happy to do. We didn't have a concern with Joint Commenters Alternative 10, which simply requires gas utilities to coordinate with us and have some conversations about whether this is feasible or whether it's simply going to be such a small number of folks that it might just not be, you know, the juice might not be worth the squeeze. So we're happy with that alternative. But we do also appreciate that waiving kayak is a big consideration, and there has to be really robust reasons to waive kayak for an incoming customer. And we felt that like ensuring a customer is low income qualifying might be one of those. But I did want to highlight in general, we had concerns with kind of more discretionary kayak waivers that weren't super clear in the gas utilities tariffs.
Thank you, Ms. Hunderly. I appreciate that. I think your analysis seems pretty spot on, that it's likely that there may be customers who qualify as low income who are currently on propane and may, for a variety of reasons, want to get natural gas service. The other may be organizations like Habitat for Humanity or other affordable housing developers. And so I failed to include it, but I think I would be interested in the Joint Commenters Alternative 10 and appreciate your interest in coordinating and working through that issue further. While I have you, I think the department and the OAG put in joint recommendations. As I understood them, and correct me if I'm wrong, kind of the meat and potatoes of your joint recommendations versus the preferred decision options I put in are that you would prefer to have new dockets opened and have the utilities file in 6 months and have separate dockets to consider versus doing it in a rate case. As I said in my opening statement, one of my concerns is that so much of the data that's going to go into the calculations in these line extension policies are included in the rate case and vetted in the rate case, and that if we have separate assumptions in the line extension dockets that are approved in the rate cases, that will always sort of have this mismatch. I know that it has been fraught and challenging to consider line extension in rate cases. I guess if you could speak to that concern I have.
Yes, thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge. Very much appreciate your explanation of your thinking on that, and I think that's really helpful. I think where I know OAG was coming from with looking for the 6-month filing, I think I share your kind of concern about getting the same data with rate cases. I think we started in rate cases, and the settlement started in October 2022, and then here we are in June of 2026. So I think that our concern with rate cases, using rate cases going forward, is the ball is really in the utilities court as to when to bring those and when to have a review of their line extension policy. I do appreciate your new decision option that would have, utilities have to report to reopen the conversation if they reach a threshold of, a certain amount of, kind of reduced per customer sales coming in. And do appreciate your decision option 2. So if I might, I think the one thing that we would be looking for kind of an initial reset is that kayak waiver. As we were reviewing the utilities, tariffs and digging into those, we noticed that a lot of them had various ways that they could, at their discretion, simply not charge free footage even if the customer, should be paying some additional amount. And so I would, ask for your consideration that the language of decision option 7, which is kind of originally from us, be included in that initial reset, so that, I believe that, some utilities are already doing this pursuant to those rate case settlements that I just mentioned, but ensuring that really every customer is being treated equal in that they're going to be getting a certain amount of free footage, or they're going to be using the same model to assess each customer, and we're not in a situation where there's a one-off conversation between someone and, say, a customer about, the pool they're going to put in, or the jacuzzi, or their heated garage, that then allows that customer to get the kayak waived. We really do want to ensure these rates are non-discriminatory, and so I'd ask for your consideration of that.
Just a quick follow-up on this point, Commissioner Partridge. I was thinking about the decision option 7. I have a question mark there for myself, but when I read that, my concern is that could be a disincentive in rural communities. If you could speak to that, I mean, I think there's a pretty significant, value add when a farm converts from propane to natural gas and if we're taking that away from them, they'll probably just stay on propane.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. I think that my understanding in your farms...
And by value add, what I mean is there's a significant environmental benefit to that.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. I agree with that. I'm the daughter of restaurateurs who used all their gas stoves were on propane, so I'm very familiar with the concept of propane and the and the cost of it. I think that one thing I would say as a farm, I'm not quite sure would be considered a residential customer. It might not. And that we have no opposition to, say, Merck using its customer extension model to assess, specific uses of natural gas at specific residences. Where we're really concerned is this kind of one-off conversation that just causes the utility to say, oh, we're going to waive it for you because, you got a heated garage or,
sure.
A pool. So
I see what you mean, but I do think actually farms are considered residences. So I'd be interested in hearing from the rural utilities on that. Ms. Anderson?
Christine Anderson on behalf of Greater Minnesota Gas. I noticed that sitting behind a column did me no good.
I noticed you're trying to do like a, Jim Comey back there, pretend like you didn't exist.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioners. I know that it gets tiring to hear we're not like everybody else.
You're
but
small.
We're not like
Hold on,
everybody
you're
else.
small.
So I appreciate the fact that you recognize that there are differences for rural areas and rural customers. Generally, farms for us are treated as residential customers. There may be situations, we have some commercial farms, right? That's no secret. We do a lot of turkey facilities and whatnot, where customers will have multiple meters, or there might be a business account for, clearly a commercial farm, and there's a residential account for the farmhouse and immediate facilities. I think our biggest concern with what we're looking at in this docket is the fact that it isn't one size fits all, which was pointed out and discussed in the joint commenters May 29th. For us, our included service line footage is 125 feet, and when we had that approved by the commission a few years ago, we explained that that's because our construction installer charges us the same amount for a service line up to 125 feet. Whether it's a 45-foot service installation or 117 feet, we pay the same amount. And so when we look at something where there's a number given, maybe 75 feet, we now have customers that may end up paying more. In our recent rate case, one of the information requests inquired of us about what our average service line is. We don't currently have the data to be able to break down the difference between service lines for residential customers and other customers. So ours was a cumulative amount, but it was 252 feet is our average service line for all of our customers. So rural situations are different. That said, I think that I recognize what Ms. Hinderly was saying, that there is some concern that some utilities may just arbitrarily choose how to waive kayaks and when to waive them. I'm not sure that there is a way to have a bright line rule, which is why we joined the joint commenters and we support not having a one size fits all option, but allowing each utility's line extension to be considered on its face. And if that's in rate cases, I think it's very valid what Commissioner Partridge indicated about the place for the data. My one concern about all of the data that we're being asked to collect in the meantime is that's very resource intensive. Also, too, remember that customers ultimately pay for the utility resources to gather data, and customers ultimately pay for the agency resources with the exception of OAG RUD, but they pay for the agency resources in reviewing all of that data. So there's a lot of information there, and when you're a utility that may not file rate cases every few years, we're collecting a lot of data for a long time without potential cost recovery.
Thank you. Thank you for that conversation. Commissioner Partridge.
I appreciate that, Ms. Anderson, and I think that GMG is a bit of an outlier, and it's really tough to make decisions on a statewide basis that accommodates you, to be honest. Are there particular pieces of data that you feel will be particularly burdensome? Because when I reviewed the data within this proposal, I didn't feel like there was a lot of things in here that goes beyond what you would typically have or should have to justify your line extensions. I think there's certainly some new information that we discussed a bit earlier with Mr. Dobson about determining whether you're extending service to new construction versus existing homes. I know that's new. I understand that you'll have to start collecting that, and I think that's probably accurate for you and the larger gas utilities. I still think it's going to be really helpful, important information, especially as we continue to see residential codes change with new construction, and those usage patterns may deviate more dramatically in the future from existing homes. So I do think it's data we're going to need. Are there any other pieces of data that you're concerned about?
Ms. Anderson.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, I was going to identify 24G as Mr. Dobson did. We also are not set up to collect that data. As I indicated, we don't have differential data on service line length between customer classes or by individual customer class. Generally, I think that a lot of this information is available and would be included in a rate case. Our concern is the constant compilation and submission and compliance, if there are going to be periodic compliance filings and things like that, because of the resource costs that those all acquire. And I also think that to the extent that utilities, each utility is different, what data they believe justifies their main extension policies might vary from utility to utility, and I think the utilities are in the best position to identify what that information is. By still having the utilities have to defend their line extension policy and show why they've made those choices and that they are cost effective and they don't, that existing customers aren't overly subsidizing new customers and things like that, you still get the information. Doing it in a rate case, you still get vetted information. Allowing utilities the option to do it outside of a rate case as long as it's vetted information might also be an option, because rate cases are expensive propositions for everybody, not just us as the little outlier, but clearly for us as the little outlier. And I don't disagree with you that it's difficult to make statewide policy. That's why the joint commenters preferred decision options allow for utility by utility consideration, and I think the same could be said for the data.
Well, Ms. Anderson, I think the data that's identified in here is information that we're going to need in order to justify it from my perspective going forward. And so, again, like I said to Mr. Dobson, none of this is to be punitive if you didn't collect it in the past, but is to let you know that we need it going forward. And I don't think that you've identified anything in here that seems too burdensome. I will also say that while you are small and you are an outlier, you are a regulated utility, and so that's the business model, you know. But I do want to recognize one point you made, and I will be noodling on this, is that you did just come out of a rate case. You don't file rate cases very often. You are small, and your data is very different. Your customer base is very different from the other utilities. So maybe we can think about and consider whether it would be appropriate to provide the option of filing for line extension changes outside of a rate case if you have been through a rate case within the last however many months. I mean, that's something I'll be thinking about, and I would be potentially open to. Chair Sullivan.
Ms. Anderson.
Just one thought on that. If there were going to be some consideration like that made, maybe another option would be to allow an outlier, us, for example, or another utility, if it made sense, to make a filing in the near term that justifies the line extension so the commission could make a decision about our line extension policy. I think our most recent one was within the last 3 or 4 years, so it hasn't been long. But so that the commission could make that decision, and then if you wanted us to, or anybody, to stay on the rate case schedule, we could do that, but it would at least allow for consideration in the near term if what comes out of this might not be appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. My next question, which I am so reluctant to ask.
Don't nibble.
Don't nibble. Okay, so one thing that I was a bit surprised by, there was a filing by, and all my papers are a little mixed up here, which is all my fault actually, but going off memory, I believe the department filed saying that you all are opposed to, and if I get this wrong, please correct me, but that you are opposed to the decision option that would require Xcel to review the Quebec model and evaluate that, and that you are also opposed to modified 15, which would require utilities to offer a new construction program in their eco portfolios with certain parameters. Dr. Lieb.
Dr. Lieb.
Can you explain that?
Sure. Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge. I think the Quebec issue's a little bit more straightforward. I think the department has been following this model since its inception. It's an interesting idea. I don't think if we're moving towards a dual fuel scenario, it's the most important thing for the state to look at. And I'm not sure that a compliance filing with the company thinking about it for 90 days is going to result in a tangible operational next step and outcome. One of the big challenges we see is that Hydro-Quebec is a statewide municipally owned utility that doesn't have the type of capital bias that an IOU has. So I think there may be things economically in terms of incentives between how Énergir, which is an IOU, and Hydro-Quebec, which is a state-owned muni, are working together that may not be very useful to how we may want our IOUs on gas and electric to work together. I think the things that we need to think about as we move towards a dual fuel future, one of them's already teed up, it's sitting in this docket, which is what is the rate design as we see customers defecting from the gas system, or we see significant throughput declines, which will result in a lot fewer infrastructure demand charge. How do we make sure that there's no rate shock? How do we make sure that customers that are remaining full heavy gas users are not having to pay for infrastructure that's no longer being paid for by customers that are electrifying fully or partially? And that's sitting in the docket. It came out of the gas IRP process. I think picking that up and really digging into how do we make sure this is an equitable transition, and how do we design rates so that dual fuel is an effective, affordable option for people, that would be useful. I think the second challenge that we have is that there are some engineering questions that need to be solved around, there's a relationship between pressure and velocity. If you are not flowing gas on the system at the same throughput that you currently are now, if you're only using it during cold peak times and using heat pump on the shoulder season, or you're moving to a gas water heater, electric induction range, when you have reduced throughput on the system, it doesn't maintain pressure. And we need to understand that engineering challenge and where the cutoffs on throughput reduction are, where we need to think about what investments might need to be made in the system to make sure we're maintaining a safe and reliable gas system. So I think if the Commission really wants to think about how the state can enable dual fuel, it needs to look at the engineering analysis, and it needs to look at the rate design. And those are the pieces that I think will be useful. I don't think a 90-day compliance filing on the Quebec model is going to be useful. So it's fine to order it, but I think it will probably be mostly a waste of everybody's time. On the ECO program, I think we have some concerns here. I have Mr. Fryer available if there are questions. We are getting really close to the triennials being submitted, and this is a very prescriptive decision option telling utilities what to put in. I don't think we have strong feelings about this, but tying the line extension allowance to participation in an ECO program just feels like a mixing of the department's jurisdiction and the Commission's jurisdiction in a way that might not be optimized for ratepayer affordability. And we'd rather see the decision on line extensions made in a more holistic way. I think we still prefer the 6-month rather than the rate case. If you want to order the ECO program, I think that's fine. I don't think the department really thinks it's going to solve a lot of the problem. I think at the end of the day, we need to look at the affordability, the risk of cross-subsidization for expensive new construction paying having their gas lines paid for by the existing rate base. And we need to understand the direction the system is moving and how quickly those line extensions are going to be paid off.
Commissioner Partridge?
I have nothing further on that one.
Commissioner Hom?
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I wasn't going to bring this up, but since there is some discussion about some concern with the utility is capital investment bias, and then whether that is the ultimate reason they are trying to pursue this extension. So originally I was thinking about how about if there is a kayak waiver or there is a free footage, means socializing it. Utility doesn't recover ROE, but still you recover ROE. Difference between ROE and long-term debt, we contribute what set aside that amount to do low-income electrification. So that was my original idea, but I wasn't going to bring it up, but I think since the department had a concern with the Quebec model, that I think some of those concern with the low income who cannot do electrification may have a negative impact from those. So I know utility will say no, but I think that's why I wasn't trying to complicate this issue. But if your true intention is not about increasing rate base in this issue, you can give a thought that you just recover only up to long-term debt rates, so you can be whole on that part. But difference between that and ROE can be contributed to the low-income electrification portion of it. So I'm not going to move that option, but I think that there are different ways to handle and address that issue if that is your concern. But I don't want to complicate this issue, but that is a thought I had it when I was reviewing these dockets.
Mr. Dobson?
Sure. I'll answer on behalf of Xcel, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hom. I understand the issue about the capital bias. I mean, we think that there's obviously policy reasons to be doing these footage allowances, and that's why we have proposed it, or that's why we've taken the positions that we have taken. I think, regardless. I think from our perspective, regardless of what anybody's intentions are, we are providing our capital to do this, and that is why we get the return that we get, is because that is the capital that is the company's capital that is being used to provide this extension. I also think it's important to note on that the concept of this allowance and how we calculate the allowance is designed to ensure the point behind it is that adding that customer to the system, that customer will eventually, pay for that. They will contribute to that, just like how the propane customers are providing, or the propane companies are providing their own facilities to a customer, rentals or whatever, because they recognize that will be returned to them. So, I think that the way that this has been set up, until now, at least for us, has worked out, good for our customers. And that's, but I appreciate you're not going to move this. You said you weren't going to move this, but I was asked to respond. So that's my thoughts.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Yeah, that's why if company wants to waive kayak, that means you are increasing your rate base. Under the kayak, you don't have to invest the money, right? You don't need your capital because somebody else is paying for it. So when you do the kayak waiver, people can accuse you as a capital bias. And then there is a concern with the arbitrary kayak allowance, that the waiver. So that's why I was trying to make sure that, well, if there is an economic incentive, we have a different way to control that economic incentive. And there is and then also I think you don't have to put the 100% or the 50% capital, I don't know exact your cap structure, but you can borrow 100%, and then any difference in the 50% of that between your ROE and that, still that can go to the low income electrification. So we can do things in different way, So that's why I don't want to complicate these already very complicated dockets, but there are different ways of addressing concern from the department. That's what I was trying to say.
I'm going to go back to the department. Dr. Lieb, I am a little frustrated at the response that you had. I think that what I heard, and I want to give you the opportunity to respond to this, but what I heard is the commission saying, file this in ECO, and then do an evaluation of dual fuel. And this is, from my perspective, this is the commission saying, go do. And I heard back from you, like, we don't think we're really, no big deal. That's not, I heard a response that makes me feel like if we were to do these, that we're not going to get the best work from the commission or from the department back.
Chair Sullivan, I don't think that's a fair characterization. If these programs are filed in ECO, the department will do a robust job on making sure that the programs are delivered to exactly as they should be to benefit Minnesotans and benefit the system. And I don't think this type of program is something that we...
But if you've already said you don't think it's going to be that big of a deal, and how do I have faith in that?
It's not that we don't think it's a big deal. I think it's a great program. I think we should see more all-electric new construction. But I feel it was put into this docket as a distraction from the real issue. I think it's important to grow the market for all-electric new construction. I think ECO is exactly where those types of programs should be grown and studied and incentivized.
Do you think this was a distraction from the real issue?
I think the real issue is a ratepayer affordability issue. I think if you look at the IR from Xcel's rate case, you can see the majority of these extension allowances are going to expensive new construction. It's $70 million a year that are being paid for by the existing rate base. And I have real concerns that if you look at the data, if you look at the throughput and the depreciation, you'll see that these allowances are too large and they are not going to be paid for over the time of the asset life. And as we're seeing ratepayers see their gas infrastructure costs grow substantially since 2012, we need to look at that issue.
I don't know what to say to that, Dr. Lieb. I mean, I do think that it's unfortunate that you think that this is just thrown out as like chum to confuse the shark. I mean, I think that, Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I don't have a question. I do want to say that I believe that our new construction programs in ECO have driven substantial change across construction practices in the state of Minnesota. They have increased the efficiency of our housing stock. They have trained in new people into energy efficiency careers that has improved our economy and led to more efficient housing, which has been of significant benefit for both emissions, environment, and affordability. And I believe our ECO program is very strong. I think that Mr. Fryer does a nice job of overseeing these programs. I think that the components of this are really important. I think that I've heard from many advocates frustration around the way that new construction programs are sometimes structured on the gas side, where it requires certain gas equipment to be installed. And I really appreciate that this removes that and allows for greater innovation in new construction. It allows for more customer choice in new construction, and really support that. I think one thing that is missing in my mind is a date. And I recognize that the triennials will be due. I don't want to cluster those too much. My understanding is historically those triennials have been approved before the end of the year so that they can be implemented. I'm thinking of a a due date for this sometime beyond January 1 of 2027, simply to allow for the regulatory process to take, the full time it needs for the department and the regulatory proceeding to take what it needs. And I think that it should be due sometime after January 1. I'm sure we're going to take a break before we make a final decision. And so for folks who will be filing that, and maybe for the department who will be reviewing it, if you can think of a date by which after January 1 you'd like to see these filings. I too am frustrated that the agency that oversees this program would see it as a distraction. But I don't need to talk any more about that.
Yeah, I think we should move on. I think,
One more, sorry, Chair Sullivan, may I?
absolutely.
I wanted to respond also to the Energier Quebec model. I do recognize that the Hydro Quebec Energier model is very unique. There are a lot of policies in that region that are different from what we have. However, I do think it will be very informative, especially in the context of a dual fuel electric gas utility, because that capital investment incentive is there for both sides. And so I think that it may have a neutralizing effect to some degree to have both the capital incentive on the gas and electric side. So I'm really interested to learn more about this. I want to thank CEE for putting so much information into the record. I have tried to look into this before myself and have been stymied by the fact that I don't speak French, and that I have trouble with very thick French Canadian accents as well. And so I really appreciate that. I'm very excited to look into that, and I think that I will also note that's not the end of the things we're going to investigate. We will continue to talk about other types of rate design. We will certainly want to talk about and dive into engineering constraints on the gas system, but this is a model that I think will be really valuable for us to learn more about, and I'm excited that Xcel has agreed to do that because they are the perfect test case for it.
Thank you. I'd like to move on, if it's okay, to a decision option that I would like to put forward for consideration. And then if we could put it out, we're not in deliberations yet, but I think it'd be good just to put it out for questions. Ms. Stornfeld, or we got it? Mr. Davis? Let's see, Sullivan, new 27. And this is, I referred to this earlier, but this would require the utilities, when a new line extension was made, to survey the person who received the line extension. It's very straightforward. I think it is actually, one way, I think a decent way of getting a hold on what people would do in the absence of receiving the line extension. And I'd be happy to hear what people think. My colleagues, Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Only one question is, for the last one, do you want to be more specific rather than electric heat? Some people may think a different technology which is obsolete. Maybe we can just have a heat pump / air source or ground source.
That's exactly why I put it out, we can workshop this in a way, that I don't want anybody to feel like we're, priming the pump, or no pun intended, but I don't.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Do folks, Kevin Pranis, Mr. Pranis.
Chair Sullivan, I think it seems appropriate to us to ask the question of what the alternative would be. I think would be helpful, right? Understanding that we don't get perfect information back. I do think that just anticipating, and I know we have housing folks in the audience and who've commented, I think some of this is a question of if it's an existing building, you're going to have a choice of heat. I do think some of the feedback that we hear from the housing folks is that, things are on the bubble and there's any number of different kinds of costs, and at some point it pencils out, at some point it doesn't. And so I don't think it makes sense to say, oh, would you just not build the house? But I just want to sort of put that out there, or the apartment building, let's say, that, you know, there's a number of fuel, but I can imagine situations where a builder of an apartment says, look, if you really are telling me I can't get gas, right, I would maybe look at electric. I would also just have to look at whether I do it at all, right, whether a building gets built. I think practically speaking, we don't have a lot of, you know, a lot of buildings don't get built where they can't get access to gas.
I agree. Sorry. I agree. I understand what you're saying. The problem that I have with that, though, Mr. Pranis, is that, you know, for people who are trying to drive a particular outcome, they're going to just say, yeah, I'm not going to build this. I'm not going to build this. You know, I would like an honest assessment of, like, what are you going to do? Like, if we don't put gas in, would you go electric? I would love it. I would really love it if 99% of people said electric. I think that'd be great. But we'll see. Were you going to say something additional? Sorry.
Commissioner Sullivan, just that, look, I think that realistically, though, I mean, I don't think anyone's building a new apartment build. I mean, I don't think a lot of new apartment buildings are getting built, you know, some maybe that are going to rely on propane, right, or heating oil, like potentially some. But I think that realistically, it's either gas or electric, right? And so I think there is right, I think there are lots of places developers simply would not build if gas were not an option, right? Or they would look at electric and they would see, and if electric, with all of the appliances, not just the cost of electricity, but all the appliances.
Well, we could just put an option in there, pay for the extension.
Right. I think that would be the more appropriate. It's really, it's not if there was no gas available, because then I think there's no building in a lot of cases. It's really a question of, in the absence of line allowances, if there were no line allowance provided, right, like what choice would you know, what choice might they have made, I think is somewhat more helpful. I mean, certainly we can see what we get back.
That makes, okay, I understand. We're going to take a couple, unless folks, Commissioner Partridge.
Yeah, I just have one thought that I'd like to add to this conversation that I think sounds like you're going to take a minute to think about this, and maybe other folks are too. I think kind of as we're thinking about this potential survey question, we could also be thinking about the data in 24G, and which is to figure out how much of the line extensions are going to new construction versus how much of them are going to existing. I think with that, in my mind, a question is, how many of those are on propane today? And so I think there's a lot of questions that would help inform us going forward. You know, did you have propane and you're requesting an extension because you want gas service? Are you building new? If you are building new, what was your alternative? And so I don't know that I have a great solution for how to ask these questions, but perhaps it's another data point that we put in 24, just as an idea. And I don't want to talk you out of this, but maybe you include a data point in 24 so that the utilities can figure out how to include all of these into perhaps a customer survey, just to throw that out.
Ms. Dornfeld. Oh.
I think one consideration with including additional data points in 24 is the frequency with which data would be received. So all data in 24 right now would be received with a rate case, whereas the language as written here in Sullivan 27 will be filed each year in annual gas service quality. And so we have a location for the data. It just depends on how frequently the commission would like to see that reported.
Thank you. Great point. Thank you.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I think this is a great idea. I think we need to collect the data. That's why I said in the beginning, we are moving same direction. We are either slow and fast in different lane. I think without this kind of information, it's very difficult for us to move fast because we do not know overall situation and unintended consequences. Also, for example, the multi-family housing, that can be a great candidate for the network geothermal. If they don't have a natural gas service, if they don't build, I think we have to explain to them there are different options. And then maybe state policy has to change and giving them some incentive to promote ground source geothermal network for those kind of a multifamily housing so they can move on to it. So I don't think they don't have any option if they don't have a natural gas. I think we have to explain to people about it.
Okay, this has been a helpful conversation for me. I think, Commissioner Partridge, how much time do you think you need right now? What if I said you can have no more than 20 minutes? Okay. We will be back at 10 after 2. Until then, we are in recess.
as long as they don't lose pressure. Yeah, sure.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to, I think what we'll first do, since mine is the lighter lift, we'll just put the new language up on the screen, and I'll have the folks up here say, yeah, that looks great, and we can move on. I mean, or you don't have to. So I can just read it. Utilities shall draft 2 survey questions, one to be asked to new residential customers and the other to be asked to builders and developers. The survey questions should address heating choice in the absence of natural gas service, including whether electric, delivered fuel, or heating oil would have been selected. Utilities shall make a compliance filing within 30 days. Utilities must review their questions with the CAO and get CAO's approval before making the compliance filing. If no objections are received within 30 days of the filing, the questions are deemed approved. Each year, beginning with the data filed in 2027, rate-regulated natural gas utilities must include data for all responses, as well as the number of no response provided in their annual gas service quality report within the section aligned to Minnesota Rule 7826.1600, Service Extensions Request Response Times. Looks good? All right. I think it's great. Moving on. So, Commissioner Partridge.
All right. Mine are messier.
All right.
And that's new 27?
Let's go. That's
Okay.
new Sullivan, new 27.
All right, let me just make a quick note here so I don't forget. I'm going to say this wrong multiple times, I can tell.
Just to be clear, we're working from the
May
Just-
29th,
May 29th.
2026 updated preferred decision options filed by Commissioner Partridge document is what I am working off of. But you will see it's quite messy and, all right, so JD, if you want to start at the top. Okay. One issue that I did not raise that did come up prior to this conversation is there are utilities who offer lower footage allowance in one of these categories than what is in decision option 2. So for example, and maybe Ms. Stasny is up to talk about this, MERC, I believe, does not currently offer free footage for mains. Is that correct, Ms. Stasny?
Kristen Stasny on behalf of Minnesota Energy Resources Corporation. Thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge. Yes, that's correct. MERC currently has the footage allowance for residential service lines, no specific footage allowance for mains. All main projects go through the customer extension model.
Okay, so what I put in here, what is reflected in here on 2, some new modifications to 2, and then also, JD, if you can scroll down to 13. Sorry to jump us around, but this is just a housekeeping, I think. This just indicates you can certainly have line extension allowances below this cap, and you do not need to modify your tariff in order to bring those up. Does that make sense, Ms. Stasny? So if you are currently, if MERC is not offering an allowance for mains, we are not telling you to start doing that. that's fine. Keep your tariff as it is. You don't need to file anything because you're below the maximum.
Ms. Stasny?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner Partridge. That is very helpful clarification. I think we were more trying to understand if the intent was to have all of the utilities step out on a level playing field.
No, thank you, Ms. Stasny. The intent here is to start us off at a cap. We're just going to start with a cap. That is what we're doing today. And then every time someone files a rate case, we're going to review on a case-by-case basis. And I think, as the OAG has indicated, we may see substantial shrinkage in those maximum allowances. There may be cases where we see some line extensions that are longer. In the case of GMG discussion, maybe for their territory it'll be longer. I don't know. We will see. But right now, I'm just trying to go with this kind of negotiated cap to say that's where we're going to start today. And then you come in your next rate case, which I'm sure will be soon, as they so often are, and we will review that further. Okay, so let's scroll back up to 2 and start from the top. Okay, so that was slightly modified 2. Then we have new 2A. So new 2A for the commissioners recognizes that Greater Minnesota Gas just wrapped up their last rate case. Ms. Anderson, you might want to pop up here if you wouldn't mind, just to give your feedback on this. Has just wrapped up a rate case. Their sales data, revenue data, construction cost data is all nice and fresh. And I don't think that we need to wait till the next rate case if you would like to, Ms. Anderson. I'm offering 2A that we would exempt you from the cap today, and you would file the data that you have that is responsive to new 24 and new 25, which would be the ongoing new process for line extension considerations, that you can do that in your last rate case docket, and we will consider that there. That way you don't have to wait for your next rate case, and we know that your data is fresh and pretty up to date at this point.
Ms. Anderson?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, thank you. I think that covers any concerns that we have, and we appreciate your flexibility in offering it.
To my fellow commissioners, does that seem reasonable? Okay. Okay, next, this is a question that I wanted to offer up. Number 7, I did not include in my original preferred decision options. Chair Sullivan, I know you had some conversation about whether this is reasonable. I will note that that this language, well, we'll talk about it when we get to it, but that this language is reflected later on the ongoing rate case process. But just for now, I mean, I'm open to doing this or not doing this. I agree with Ms. Henderly that I don't think we should be just kind of willy-nilly giving out waivers. However, I also recognize that there are situations where rural customers are going to need greater footage than someone in a suburb or an exurb. So I am really on the fence with this one. If you have concerns about it, we can take it out, and then I can show you where I've reflected it in the rate case process going forward.
What I want to make sure, and I'm trying to wrap my brain around what you've got here, is I want to make sure that if a farm that's classified as residential, but if they want to move off of a delivered fuel, that we're not creating a disincentive for that. That's what I want to make sure is not happening.
Can I?
Or won't happen. That's what
Yep. Could I wonder if there's some language instead of prohibit utilities. I mean, we could take this out. This will be reflected in the next rate case process. So if I don't know that we, go ahead, Ms. Henderly.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, I have an idea. I think if we could turn it into a reporting requirement, I think that might solve the issue so that utilities are reporting the kayak waivers, you know, in the probably gas service quality dockets every year, and then keeping it in the future rate cases. What I don't want to end up in a situation is where we know this is continuing to happen. Utilities are staying out of rate cases or don't come in for a substantial amount of time, and then we aren't able to investigate whether this is being reused appropriately. So if there's a requirement that annually they file all kayak waivers, say, in the gas service quality dockets, that would give the OAG the opportunity to investigate it and determine whether or not this is a real problem or if it's being used more appropriately for customers who will be paying their way back onto the system more consistently versus, you know, I think what we've struggled with is we've seen these. Utilities haven't had a lot of data on why they're waiving them, and that would send a clear message that if they're going to be waiving kayak, they need to be building a record for why that's happening. And then when it gets rolled into the next rate case, you know, those capital costs will be coming in, and then we could challenge those if we thought they were inappropriate as being imprudent capital costs.
Thank you, Ms. Hinderly. That is very helpful.
Dr. Dornfeld, would you or is someone able to maybe put that together? And then JD, you can just take that out and we will add in this reporting requirement to the end, if that's okay, and we'll table it at the moment. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hinderly. It's very helpful. The next is Joint Commenters Alternative Decision 10, and this is a requirement for gas utilities to work with the Office of the Attorney General and make a compliance filing about the possibility of waiving kayak for customers who lack the ability to pay. And I wonder, Ms. Hinderly, if you want to extend that to customers who lack the ability to pay or affordable housing developers?
Ms. Hinderly.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, I think I would like to keep it as customers who lack the ability to pay. There's a lot of, you know, other Habitat for Humanity I don't have a concern about. Those tend to be houses that go directly to a new homeowner.
Sure.
Where I think it gets a little stickier is when we're looking at like large developments that might be, you know, participating with some market rate apartments and some Section 8 apartments, let's say, or, you know, public housing. Then there's so many incentives at play, it gets kind of hard to figure out if they should qualify for a waiver or not. So in my mind, Habitat for Humanity would qualify for this because it's going to be going directly to a customer who would be lacking that ability to pay. So we're happy to have that conversation. I think that's broad enough for us to talk with the utilities about that.
Great, thank you. All right.
I'm good.
Next. 13, we've already talked about this. This is simply the compliance filing, and this reflects the language for Merck and others. If you have anything below this cap, you don't need to change it. And then going down to Partridge New 14, I believe I left that as is with no changes since my filing. I will note for Xcel and others who would prefer weather normalized, I fully support you providing the weather normalized data that will help to inform the conversation. However, I want to keep it as actual data because as weather changes, gas usage patterns will change, and I don't want to take the weather factor out of our understanding of how our gas usage patterns are changing over time. Modified 15, I made no changes to the way it was filed by the joint parties, and we were hoping to find a date. Mr. Nissen, do you have a date? Or who is in charge of, oh, here we go, Dr. Lieb? Okay, Mr. Fryer.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, Anthony Fryer for the Department of Commerce. I think, I'm not sure there is a great date to do it, but something like January 1st, after the triennial plans are finalized, would be one option. another option that came to mind that might avoid my team having to review sort of new construction programs twice would be if there's a possibility of these elements being woven into the 27 through 29 plans. And to do that, I think we would need to provide the utilities with an extension beyond the June 15th filing date for the triennial plans, maybe something like July 1st. And I'm saying that as an eco-regulator and not a program designer or implementer, and there may be utilities that have very good reasons as to why that is unrealistic, but just wanted to throw that out there to sort of save us all some time, sort of doubling up on new construction programs.
So, Mr. Fryer, from my perspective, I don't know that we can do a great job of finding the right date if we were to extend the triennial filing. Would you be amenable to us just picking a date in January? I know that would put an additional level of review on your team, but I fear that we could mess up the whole triennial process if we try to modify the due date at this point. So I'm looking at my calendar. January 1 is, of course, a holiday, and it's a Friday. So what about January 4th is the following Monday?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, I think I would, and I'm not looking at a calendar right now, but maybe mid-January, just to clear the holidays so nobody's putting together a new construction plan on New Year's Eve or anything like that.
January 15th?
January 15th it is.
January 15th. All right. Okay. Okay, next is Partridge Modified 17. I did not make any changes since I filed that.
Chair Sullivan.
Oh,
Sorry.
Mr. Nissen.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge. Just on one thing on number 15, if I could offer.
yes.
With some conversations with some folks, we had clarified on the record that Part B here was intended to be not intended to have gas utilities spend eco dollars on all electric homes where then the customer would not be a gas customer. And I think that was clear on the record, but it might be worth codifying that in the decision option. And so if we went back to what the Merck edit that edited the first half of that sentence could be helpful just to clarify that. So I'm happy to read it out, but
Can I just push back that
Sure.
and maybe Mr. Fryer, if you're still on, you can answer this for me. I think that is a requirement of ECO that the gas utility could not really file a plan where they would not have customers in it. So I think it kind of goes without saying. Mr. Fryer, do I have that right? The question here is, do we need to say explicitly that this new construction program, these participants would be gas customers if it's a gas program? Or is that sort of part of the underlying framework of ECO and the way it's structured?
Mr. Fryer.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, I don't think we have directly answered that question
Oh, okay.
in the past or needed to. But as a sort of first attempt, I would assume that a customer receiving some sort of incentive through ECO from a natural gas utility would need to be a customer of that utility.
Yeah. And I don't want to pin you into making that decision here. I guess the other thing I'll say is that the gas utilities themselves are going to file these, and so you can file them as dual fuel. That's what I thought they would be anyway, but Let me know if you have a concern.
Ms. Stasny.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge. That is very helpful clarification. I think when I originally read this decision option, it felt very mandatory. So each of the components being requirements to me, and initially where my mind went is the possibility. And apparently this has come up before. We've had developers ask to participate for new builds in these new home construction projects, where they're just going to hang a gas meter but not actually install any gas appliances. So ensuring that eco dollars that are paid for by gas customers aren't going to non-gas customers through these eco programs, I think is the intent of the clarification here. Sounds like folks are aligned. I think the other concern that we had for MERC in particular, this upcoming triennial 27 through 29 will be the first triennial where MERC is offering a new home construction program that is structured within these parameters, so incentivizing builders to exceed code, so really encouraging some of those envelope measures and going above and beyond on code requirements. This will be the first triennial where that's offered. I think what I have heard in talking to the folks who will be implementing ECO is that there's concern, particularly with the requirement of what is, I think in your C, to require the installation of air or ground source heat pumps instead of air conditioners. And my understanding of the concern of B, my apologies, my eyesight is going. I think the concern here is twofold. The first is there has been some hesitancy based on the feedback that we've received from builders with putting in the air and ground source heat pumps in all situations. And I think the second piece is many of these programs are run in coordination with multiple electric utilities. So for MERC, if you look, for example, there are multiple maps of MERC service territory in the record in this proceeding. We sort of run across the entire state and so overlap with many, many, many municipal utilities and cooperatives. There are going to be a lot of differences among those electric utilities in what they are offering in terms of, or incentivizing in terms of their equipment. And so imposing the requirement of the air and ground source heat pumps instead of a high efficiency air conditioner, I think is going to make coordination between those electric and gas utilities a bit more challenging for those utilities that operate across many, many different municipal and cooperatives. And so
feedback.
What we've seen is just these programs are more likely to be successful for builders if they are able to benefit from both the gas and the electric side of the equation. So when we partner as gas utilities with electric utilities, you have much higher levels of participation, which is great because then we are building more efficient homes. And I think that with the MERC revisions that we had proposed is what we were trying to get at is, at least for MERC, where our program is in its infancy, having the air source or ground source heat pump be an additional incentive within this program rather than a mandatory requirement for every single participant is going to allow us to drive more participation to that achieving excess of code element, which I think is really core to the program design.
Okay. Well, air source heat pumps, a standard air source heat pump is not a new technology. My grandparents had them in their home in southern Missouri in a rural community. So I don't understand why this is a problem. There's not really an incremental cost over a standard AC for a standard heat pump, and they're far more efficient, and they can take on some of those shoulder months and be very cost effective for people. So I don't look at this. These are requirements. You can still put in a gas furnace, and you can run that during peak, which is the most cost-effective way to reduce emissions and mitigate costs on the electric side. These aren't suggestions, but they don't mean that they need to be an all-electric home. I don't know what electric utility is opposed to heat pumps instead of air conditioners. I'm very confused.
I think it's just a matter of coordinating, not the challenge of coordinating amongst all of the various electric utilities and having this be a mandate. So if it's a mandate on the electric or on the gas element of the program offering and we're coordinating, there would would just have to be symmetry between the gas and electric side of the equation, that's all.
Yeah, it is challenging to coordinate, but I think you can do it.
Mr. Nissen, did you want to weigh in?
No, I would, thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge. I would echo what Commissioner Partridge said. I mean, these are, if we're using eco dollars to incentivize technology, air source heat pump seems like the best way to use those dollars. And just to clarify on my previous suggestion, I was going off a different version. So I was more referencing Part C in terms of a customer being a natural gas customer. But I think we codified it in the record, and I think the signal from you all is clear.
Great. And Mr. Fryer, ultimately, Mr. Fryer and the department are the decision makers on this. This is simply a requirement to file, recognizing that this will be fully reviewed by the department under the framework of ECO, and that the specific program design elements will be reviewed by Mr. Fryer and his team and Dr. Lieb, and they will be signed off by the department. And so, this is a requirement to build a program, and then Mr. Fryer, of course, and his team will do the deep dive to making sure that these are going to work well and fit within the cost effectiveness framework. So I just did want to note that we're not bigfooting the department here, just want you all to work together to file a program. Any concerns from you, Mr. Fryer?
Mr. Fryer.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, that's helpful clarification in terms that this is a filing requirement, and this is what the department will receive, or elements of what the department will receive, and then we'll continue our regular process from there. But appreciate that clarification.
Thank you, and thank you for your input on this. Okay, moving forward, Partridge modified 17. I didn't make any changes after my filing, and we discussed that with Xcel. I'm very excited to learn more about this. Moving forward to new 24, I made one slight modification in 24 under E that just says, unless we've approved a kayak waiver, and that goes to the process that Ms. Hinderly is going to work on with the utilities around understanding if a low-income kayak waiver is appropriate. So just opens the door for that. These requirements, again, are for rate case filings, so they're not anything that utilities need to do today, but they are a signal to the information we'll be looking for in your next rate case. Oh, Ms. Hinderly.
Ms. Hinderly.
Commissioner Sullivan and Commissioner Partridge, just one item on B, if I might. The qualification for if it is likely the customer could replace gas appliances with electric appliances. I just wanted to make one comment on that because I'm a little concerned that we're going to get these filings in from the utilities and they're going to say no one's replacing, furnaces with air source heat pumps. And that's not really the question, These line extension justifications are based on the amount of annual revenues that customers, are expected to pay, and balancing that against, the cost to existing customers of extending the line discounted to a net present value. So if we are limiting it in that way, I'm just a little bit concerned that we're not going to have, I think, the helpful, engaging conversation that you all want, and that the utilities are going to come back and just say, we're not seeing furnace replacement, maybe we're not seeing induction stoves, so we don't need to make a change. But really, if we're seeing a lot of air source heat pumps, that's really going to reduce those annual revenues for gas. So if the commission is open to it, I think we could just cut from the if out and just make it more broad. It's really only the potential for declining usage in the future. We're not saying it's going to happen, and the utilities may argue it's not going to happen, but it doesn't prevent us from saying, hey, we've seen a lot of heat pump adoption. We think that, we're going to see declining revenues from customers, and so we want to have that incorporated. So if the commission's open to that, that'd be a friendly suggestion.
I am open to it, CEE and friends. this was your language, that's why I'm asking you. Looks like head nods. Okay. Thank you for that. I agree. And then I also hope that new G will give us some more information and data about actual trends in usage by housing stock too. Okay, number new 25. I don't think that I had any changes here from my original filing. And then the only thing I have after that is Sullivan new 27. And then the new reporting.
Sullivan modified new 27, right?
Yeah. Sorry, it's getting long. Oh, Ms. Tasney has something. Chair Sullivan, Ms. Tasney is trying to send you nonverbal cues.
We already agreed that you guys love this.
One very small question.
Okay. Ms. Stasny.
Chair Sullivan, my one question is, so it states data filed in 2027, that assumes we'll submit the survey, it'll be approved, sometime 30 days after the order in this proceeding. And so we would then start collecting data in 26.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that we'll have much reporting in 2027, so normally we would file 2026 data in the 2027 QoS, 2027 data in the 2028 QoS.
Yep.
Just curious how you'd like us to.
Ms. Dornfeld, do you have a thought on this? I mean, how do we start getting this data in a systemic way? I mean, I feel like we're going to start collecting it now. We'll see it kind of come through, and then by 2028, we'll start having developed a data set, right? I don't know if that's, Ms. Dornfeld, what you're thinking.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Sullivan, and thank you, Mark, for the question. I think the idea would be to get the data as soon as possible so we can assess if it's answering the question we're seeking to have answered, which is why we advocated for having it collected sooner rather than later. I understand a complete year's worth of data, especially given when the filings happen, would make there be a very limited amount of 2026 data that would be available for filing. So perhaps if staff had questions on how the process is going, we could file an IR with the utilities and say, how is the collection of this going? I think what's most important is that the method by which the data are collected is put in place so that we are able to start receiving these data in the service quality proceedings and reviewing them there. And so as long as those processes are in play and we have a chance to look at them through the review process outlined in the decision option, waiting to receive the data until 2028, where we would have the full 2027 year of data, would feel appropriate to me if the commission felt that appropriate as well.
So then we wouldn't get it actually until 2028 as the service quality data from 2027.
It sounds so far away, which is very difficult. But it would reflect a full year of data for 2027, which by the time the reporting is ready already pushes us further into 2026. So there would maybe only be a few months. We could ask for it to see.
I mean, it is only a year and a half away though, right?
Yeah. We could ask for it to see how things are going. It would be a very small data set and wouldn't allow for historical comparison, but it would provide a check that the method we've approved here with new 27 is indeed providing data.
So like a check-in
with
in July 1st of 2027.
So yeah, I would pose perhaps a question to the utilities if it is possible to begin reporting the data with the 2026 service quality data, which would be filed in 2027, recognizing it wouldn't be a full year of data, but would provide a check-in for us that we're getting what we want, and then we could begin historic comparisons with the data that are then filed in 2028. So it wouldn't be a full year's data set. It would more so be a check-in that everything is working as anticipated.
Ms. Stasny, is that?
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I think that, at least speaking for Merck, I will not speak for anyone else, that we would be open to providing a partial year data set. I hate to assume how quickly all of the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. So today, written order, 30-day compliance filing, assuming nobody has concerns on the compliance filing, it gets approved. assuming all of those things, we could either provide the preliminary partial year data with the 2025 or 2026 QoS filed in 2027, or with comments later on. I mean, we're happy to work with staff on that.
Do Ms. Anderson, Mr. Dobson, Centerpoint, do you guys want to?
Mr. Chair, I'll just add, I mean, I think we're very much in line with what Ms. Stasny said. We'll provide you what we can, and we'll see how it rolls out.
I mean, we recognize, yeah.
I would concur with that as well. I would just add the caveat that to the extent that any way of housing the data might require any changes to one of our systems that's going to require outside programming, we probably wouldn't do that until we knew the 30 days had passed and we had approval on the questionnaire, because that costs us money. We may be the only people that outsource that. I don't know. But so that could delay it a little bit, but we're on board with the idea.
Okay. Mr. Barlow, if you just introduce yourself. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Ryan Barlow from the law firm Cozen O'Connor on behalf of Centerpoint Energy. I think, Commissioner, we understand what's being asked here, and we can start taking data, and we'll get a compliance filing in. We'll provide the data when requested, but we agree that it's going to be a really limited and possibly confusing data set at the beginning of next year. So I think the question is, does the Commission staff want that data set and we'll provide it, or would you prefer to have a more robust data set that maybe better analysis can be done on?
I mean, I think it's unlikely we're going to be actually doing anything with it next year. I think it'll just be, you know, it'll be interesting, you know, and then it'll be more complete in later years. So, okay.
Great. And then one more, and this reflects our conversation earlier about the discussion around kayak waivers. So I'm going to let everybody review, and I'll ask Ms. Henderly for her opinion on the language.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Commissioner Partridge, I think that looks good to us.
Excellent. Any objections from the gas utilities? Hearing none.
All right.
So that is the full messy motion. And then I do have a statement before we leave, or before we vote.
All right. I think that I'll just clarify with my 27. The motion, the order will reflect that conversation. Okay. Commissioner Partridge, to your statement.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I went back and forth on whether I would tell this story, but I'm going to do it. This is a very challenging docket. It touches on a lot of different topics, and I think it really reflects how messy and complicated the public interest really is. I started as working in a utility with that interest in mind. I was at a nonprofit where I advocated on that mission. And now I sit on the commission where I have to balance the public interest. And that means making sure things are affordable and accessible, making sure people have heat in the winter, making sure that we are meeting our state policy goals, addressing climate change, addressing other environmental challenges. And we have to weigh all of those together. This particular docket was, for me, reminded me of a situation that happened in my own family. And so I'll just share it to let you understand, part of the public interest that is in my mind. In 2013 and 2014, those who worked in energy might remember there was a significant propane shortage and price spike in propane. And it was very difficult to get propane, and if you could get it, it was very expensive. My elderly grandparents lived in a rural town in southern Missouri. Like I said, they had a couple heat pumps, but those were decades old, and they were standard, and they did not cover all of their heating loads, so they also had propane heat. They were ill in a variety of different ways. You could have a laundry list to see all of the ways. And they were unable to get propane. And they had no cold weather rule protections. They had no utility that they could call. They had no support or help from their propane provider because there was no regulation, no requirement to do that. My elderly grandparents spent multiple nights huddled around a small wooden stove because they were too stubborn to go to a family member's house, which is a side note, and they were just fine. They ended up being absolutely fine. But when we talk about taking away gas extension allowances, when we talk about removing, this cost sharing structure that we have, it is not just about whether or not we are addressing our climate goals. It is also about whether we are meeting people's immediate survival needs today. And that is an important consideration. I think we will continue to review these issues and utility-specific rate case filings, and we will make sure that we are using a transparent calculation going forward. But I do want to just let everybody understand that we are not just looking at this from one particular lens, and if we were, we might be making a different decision, but we are also looking broadly at how we keep people safe in a very, very cold climate state. And I think that we are making progress on all fronts and making sure that we help support and protect our ratepayers and the people of Minnesota.
Commissioner Partridge, I'm glad that you shared that story, and I think, as always, you articulate the mission of this commission very clearly. So thank you for sharing that, and I share your thoughts. And what keeps me up at night are people who can't pay their bills. That's what I think about, and I think you very thoughtfully articulated that. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Yes, I can support this motion. As I stated before, we have a multiple path and then multiple lane going on in terms of meeting the climate goal of the state, meeting the zero carbon by 2050. Imagine how much carbon you can save even if you remove this free footage portion. Okay. Still, there will be developers or house will try to get that natural gas service anyway because the fuel prices are low enough. Being said, that's why I think I was suggesting that we need to focus on different paths to achieve bigger chunk of carbon goal. One is I was promoting the geothermal network heating. That kind of bigger chunk, which can be achieved quicker with a potential state policy or national policy, along with the changing idea of how to approach these things. So hopefully we understand that this motion is progress from the status quo, and we are pushing this one in maybe less than what you want, but I think we should focus on other path we can push more. I think already in this motion we are doing more in the eco and making sure that we are pushing different path along with this decision. So that's why I'm very happy to support your motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Hom. Is the motion clear? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. With that, the commission has concluded its agenda and business for the day, and we are adjourned.
Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website at www